Trustee Aragon,
Present.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Liu,
Here.
Trustee Wong,
Here.
Student Trustee Wong.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on closed session agenda items?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. We are now going to recess the closed session. C1, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. Item number 2, Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. Item 3, Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator. And item number 4, Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment. We will be back shortly. Thank you all. That'd have been fun. Well, it happens here. We can reorder it if we need to. We can reorder it. Okay. I'm going to call this meeting of the board to order. Report of action in closed session. No actions were taken in closed session. Can we do roll call, please?
Trustee Chin Lau,
Here.
Trustee Erdogan,
Present.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Liu,
Here.
Trustee Wong,
Here.
Student Trustee Wong.
Okay. Our next item is the land acknowledgement. I'll do the land acknowledgement tonight. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of the people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Xixi-Quanga Village and Quiche Nation. Tonight, we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of the African diaspora and recognize that the United States as we know it was built at the often fatal expense of forcibly enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and the labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows for our collective benefit. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism. Thank you. We'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Liu, would you lead us in the pledge today?
Yes. Please rise if you're able to. Place your right hand over your heart and please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Our next item, we will hold on for a minute. We're going to go next first to D6, approval reordering of agenda items. Before I ask for a motion to approve the agenda, may I ask the board to allow the agenda to have D5 as a floating item whenever we are able to conduct that? Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Gibson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Our agenda, with D5 being floating, is passed. Thank you. We're going to go now to introductions and recognitions, and I'll be handing it over to Dr. Kumo.
Thank you. I am pleased to bring to the podium one of our strongest partners, Tournament of Roses. We have with us today Miss Ryan Lynn Johnson, and one of our student fellows, Elika Miranda. Tournament of Roses is one of our partners in called a Rose Fellowship program, where it places students in an eight-month fellow program with a $10,000 stipend at the end. And she's here to kind of share her journey as well as our student fellow, Elika.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Lynn Johnson, and I serve as the Community Relations Manager for the Pasadena Tournament of Roses. I'll just pause so that you can see the slides. Awesome. Good evening, everyone. So again, I'm Ryan Lynn Johnson. I serve as the Community Relations Manager for Pasadena Tournament of Roses. It is my pleasure, along with my amazing team, to have the privilege of leading what we call a passion program in partnership with the amazing team at PCC, and it's called Rose Fellows. And we have Noelle and Isabel here today, as well as Salvatrice. I want to give a shout out to Jackie as well. Thank you guys so much for your awesome impact, instrumental impact with making this program possible. This is our 4th year planning this program. And so today we will provide you with some background. And before I introduce one of our most recent fellows, Elika Miranda, I'll just talk about the impact. She'll talk about the impact of her participation, and I'll give a little bit of background. So a little bit about the program. This is an 8-month fellowship that provides critical professional and educational support to underrepresented populations of students while they attend PCC and really providing them for the next steps in their future. So not only do they learn about the tournament's community presence, programs, and activities, but they also learn about the operations behind the tournament. They learn about cross-departmental projects. They learn about behind the scenes, getting that behind the scenes perspective of how the Rose Parade and the Rose Bowl game operate, and how it's truly made possible by our community of 935 members who champion volunteerism. And so they each receive a $10,000 stipend. And this year, thanks to the support of PCC, we've had the opportunity and pleasure of scaling the program to 2 fellows. In this slide, you'll see some of our past participants. And so on this next slide, you'll see examples of community relations-driven projects where the fellows conducted research to support diversifying our foundation's grant applicant pool. They outreached to schools and supported community programming, and they also supported community event planning logistics. And on this next slide, you'll see some examples of some of those cross-departmental projects. So they created e-blasts and social media content for our foundation's annual appeal campaign. They had the opportunity to conduct a membership satisfaction survey where they presented their findings to our executive leadership. And then they also supported a parade sponsor recap presentation for key sponsors like Honda. And these are some program highlights, some photos, as you can see, at our community programs and events. And so this year we received additional support from Verizon and Albertsons Vons Pavilions. So we really had that opportunity to enhance the experience for our fellows. We were able to provide our fellows with gas and grocery gift cards, with tournament swag, with business cards, professional headshots, and laptops to basically provide and promote a hybrid work model. And so now, without further ado, we have one of our most recent fellows, Elika Miranda, with us to introduce herself and share her experience. Turn it over to her.
Hello, good evening everyone. My name is Elika Miranda and I was one of the fellows for the 2023-2024 term. I graduated from PCC last Friday and I will be transferring to Cal State LA this fall as a public health major, planning on double majoring in communications. I grew up in Northeast Los Angeles and graduating from Eagle Rock High School in the class of 2021. I'll start by sharing some background to what led me towards applying to this program. The following year after graduation was truly difficult for me as the plan I had for my educational route was changed a couple of times, which was really frustrating. Originally, I was committed that I wanted to take a short medical trade route as my whole mindset at the time was to go through with a quicker education so I can start making money to support my family as soon as possible. Growing up in a low-income family and a Filipino household, this seemed to be the only option for me as it was constantly promoted to me as a stable route. After dropping the clinical route, I was stuck with trying to figure out what really aligns with my interests and passions, and from there, I decided to rekindle my volunteerism to seek out roles and opportunities where I could get a closer insight firsthand of what it was like to actually be working in a certain career field. As a volunteer at the Los Angeles State Historic Park, I learned more about community programming that surrounds the needs of the local residents, advocacy, and environmental stewardship. Shortly after I declared my major in public health, I related my interest to one of the social determinants of health, which is social and community context. This area stuck out to me in my classes, and volunteerism, which emphasizes the importance of resource availability, community engagement, and social support networks. These interests related exactly to the email from the PCC Career Center about the Rose Fellows program that came at the perfect time. In the description, it mentioned tasks like supporting community engagement programs, administration support with projects such as the Foundation's annual appeal and grant program, and assistance with special events. It seemed like such a different role that I've never seen before, and I knew I had to apply as it fit exactly what I wanted to learn more about. I had honestly never heard about the term community relations before and thought it would be a unique experience to gain knowledge about the nonprofit sector and the Pasadena community. The past 8 months have been an amazing learning experience as I strengthened my skills on handling multiple projects at once, how to prioritize tasks based on need, organization, and communication, and most importantly, the complexities of email etiquette. I had an array of different experiences. I got to attend the Rose Parade for the first time and saw from start to finish how the efforts of the tournament staff and members came to life. I spoke to local organizations when I was assisting with coordination and outreach, and even got to exercise my public speaking skills. The Community Relations Department is really inspiring to me, seeing their effort on providing inclusivity with their programs of offering disabled individuals with free ADA seating with their families, to their Rose Scholars Scholarship Program that has no GPA requirement and encourages students to lean into their creativity. I also got to see and contribute to their community events such as the Dia de los Muertos art competition, Parade of Roses, and This Gen, a youth empowerment forum which was held here on campus. When I expressed interest in certain areas, such as event planning, the department made sure that I got to contribute in any way that I could. With this trend specifically, I got to work on stage and merchandise designs and assisted as a stage manager for the panelists, which was really fun. With the department's support through many impromptu complications, I was taught how to navigate complicated situations with professionalism and confidence, and to take deep breaths and look at the bigger picture before diving into details. I have gained truly a deeper insight on where I want to be in the future. I hope to reflect all the skills I've learned into creating accessible resources to socioeconomically disadvantaged families and enhance community engagement, as it has a huge impact on well-being and our overall health. This fellowship has made me more of a well-rounded individual, and moving forward, I have a newfound confidence that I'll be able to tackle any situation with swift adaptability and to be receptive to evolving information and needs. I thank the Community Relations team, the Tournament of Roses, and PCC for the unconditional support, and I will definitely be applying all that I've learned in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have another recognition for the SBA award. Dr. Kumar?
Yes, I'd now like to welcome Ms. Julie Klaus. Ms. Julie Klaus is the SBA District Director, and she will be presenting an award to PCC on behalf of the SBA. This award honors a Small Business Development Center for excellence in providing value to small businesses from diverse backgrounds and advancing program delivery and management through innovation. I welcome Ms. Julie Klaus.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Uh-oh, we need more caffeine in the room. No, thank you so much for inviting us here to present this award. And thank you to the Board of Directors. Thank you for your investment in small businesses, working with us to provide these resources to the community that are so valued, and ones I hope we grow. So hopefully after you listen to this, you'll be on board to help us with all of our future endeavors here as we try to work with the entire small business community and make sure they access resources. During National Small Business Week, which is the first week in May every year, we celebrate and champion small businesses and all the wonderful things that they contribute to our communities, and just a time to celebrate. But it's also great that we have an opportunity to celebrate the people that are kind of behind the scenes, if you will, supporting that community. Because while many small business owners are really passionate and they may have a skill or a talent and they're really good at doing whatever it is they do, sometimes that big business acumen just isn't there. Sometimes they have a lot of questions. And having a trusted resource that they can tap into to help them guide them on their journey, on that roadmap, help them start, help them grow. And, unfortunately, if they need to close, then helping to do that even the smart way and the most financially responsible way. So I am really excited to be able to present the award for our Small Business Development Center Service Center of Excellence. And it goes this year to Pasadena City College's SBDC under the directorship of Mr. Donald Lowell. So this award. So really, this is for businesses, supporting businesses from diverse backgrounds, advancing program delivery and management through innovation. And we kind of look at this lens through 4 things: surpass, build, develop, and champion, or SBDC. So I feel like a little bit like a cheerleader right now, but give me an S. So the S is for surpasses, meaning their goals and objectives for each year. And in the past year, the Pasadena SBDC not only surpassed every goal that you had, I think, so that I saw. So new business starts, they exceeded that goal. Capital infusion, which is the money that they help business owners get through loans or grants or other sources, they made 150% of their goal, helping put nearly 22 million back into these investments in these businesses. And that's just in 1 year. They also, clients served, you think almost doubled what your goal was in clients served. So I might challenge you to double that again, but okay. And then B is for build. So this is helping build the small businesses, not just the startups, but creating their innovation and programs, but really all the things that they do to help support the community. And one of the unique things about Pasadena is I think innovation is at the core of the center. And not just tech innovation, although they do have a lot of technology experts and have ability to help businesses with some really niche programs like our Small Business Investment Research, or Innovation Research Program, or SBIR, which is truly seed capital from federal agencies to help small businesses create a concept, prototype it, and then hopefully bring it to market. So it's great to have resources very local in the community, but he also listens to what's going on in the community to help create programming and bring other resources in to help support the local needs. So the D is for develops. So this is preparing, looking at the service center itself and the strategic planning that goes into that, but then also development of the team, professional development. And one of the things I love about Don is he's probably going to be a lifelong learner. And he's always looking for, and he's like, oh, you know about that? Can you tell us more about that? Or can we bring in people? Can you talk to my team about this? Making sure everybody is up to date and up to speed so that they in turn can provide the information to the business community. And then champions. I could talk about this one for probably the next hour, but really the passion and the dedication and the expertise that Don and his team members have. I mean, you have to love working with small businesses to be able to do this day in and day out, but it's also really gratifying to be able to take the information you have and work with a business owner who's got that idea and that passion and help see it to fruition. But I think as we sit here on the eve of Juneteenth, nothing seeks morally to champion when we look at how do we help the next generation, how do we bring resources to them? Well, entrepreneurship is an amazing pathway for a lot of people. And being able to have trusted, valued resources in the community that are there in your corner and are gonna cheer for you the whole way is amazing. And I think even in the past year, looking at the horrific shooting incident in Monterey Park, and when we went to build a team to bring resources into the community to help those businesses, Don's question wasn't like when, or he's like, what do you need? What do you got? I'm there. So it's amazing to have resources that are that committed to helping the whole entire community. So I won't take up your whole meeting as much as I'd like to, but I actually have a real award to present. So Don, and on behalf of the Pasadena SBDC and the team that you support, and Salvatrice and the whole network here that supports you in order to support the community, I'd like to present you with our 2024 SBDC Excellence and Innovation Award from the Pasadena SBDC.
Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you. So, thank you. So there's a lesson in there about overachieving, but we won't go there. Thank you, first of all, to the board for making the time tonight. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you to Julie and the SBA. We really enjoy working with your team, and this award means quite a bit to us. Also want to thank Pat Nye, who's the head of our LA network, for nominating us as well. I accept this recognition on behalf of our entire team. That includes our staff, Annie Wong and Isaac Silva, who together will manage and schedule over 4,000 hours of consulting and training this year. So what they do with 1.5 FTEs is absolutely amazing, and I'm really proud of them. Also want to recognize our 24, 25 advisors as well. They all work well below market rate to help small businesses create wealth and create jobs. And as Julie said, we've got an amazing team, and I'm really proud to be the director of that team, and thank you again. Also want to say a quick shout out to Salvatrice for her leadership and her support. You know, I think everyone knows she was the original founder of our SBDC, and now she's building an economic development powerhouse in the San Gabriel Valley, and I'm really proud to be on the team. Lastly, I'll wrap it up with a plug for our Congresswoman Judy Chu. Without Judy Chu, there would be no Pasadena SBDC, and we're really lucky in the San Gabriel Valley to have her support for small business. So I always want to give a shout out to her and her staff and thank them for all their support. But with that, thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I'll let that photo be taken, and then I would ask the board to join also for a photo, and along with, of course, Salvatrice. But I want to, on behalf of all of us, and I'm sure folks will absolutely echo this, thank you, Julie. Thank you to the SPA for your ongoing partnership. And I absolutely thank you to Dawn and your team for the incredible work that you all do day in and day out. I mean, on the heels of 10 years of SPDC, to still be recognized for innovating and breaking down the barriers for our communities here in the San Gabriel Valley and beyond, it is truly, truly incredible. So thank you. And maybe my colleagues can join us. We can take a quick photo. Okay, thank you, and thank you to our incredible EWD community for all the work that they do for these really important introductions and recognitions. I'm going
Mr.
to-
President, I just, real
Go
quickly, I did want to say, this is wonderful, and I do have some questions later that I told Salvatore I'm going to ask in regards to the Rose Parade.
Oh, sure.
And all that good stuff, because I think it's a great opportunity for our students and really to diversify the experience. Yeah. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go quickly to the administration of the oath of office for our incredible and new student trustee, Irene Wong.
You're going to raise your right hand. I am pleased to administer the oath of office for the office of student trustee for the governing board of the Pasadena Area Community College District. So repeat after me. I, Irene Wong, do solemnly swear
I, Irene Wong, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
And I take this obligation freely,
and I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. All right. All right. Our new trustee. All right.
Congratulations, Trustee Wong. I look forward to being confused with you with our last names. But we are so excited for you to join us. I know former Trustee Bradley is in the audience, and she has done an impeccable job serving as student trustee, and we are absolutely excited for you to do the same. And the experience that you've already had in serving and associated students, and the advocacy that you've brought to this community, and the care that you have for the student body, you're going to do an excellent job in representing the students here on our board. And so we're so looking forward to working with you. Congratulations. Okay, that goes to our next item now on our agenda, D8, public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have comments, Trustee Liu?
Yes, Chair Wong, we have several. Because there are several speakers today, I'll just reiterate the public comment procedure. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes for the public comments. In accordance to Board Policy 2345, public comment on any agenda or non-agenda item from all participants collectively is limited to 15 minutes total, but the board may extend the time if it chooses to. The light system next to you will help you keep track of time. Green means you're free to speak. Solid yellow means you have 1 minute. Flashing yellow means you have 30 seconds. And red means your time has expired. First public comment from Mistress Shaganaka.
Good morning. First of all, I want to talk about the 2 emails from our superintendent. And I believe one email is regarding somebody take down the Pride Center flag. I believe I received there's one email about that. There's another email is about a sexual assault. Well, like what I mentioned 2 or 3 years ago, I'm not surprised because criminals are smart. When they see you have a failed public safety system, that's exactly where they're gonna go to commit a crime. Because other schools like Los Angeles Community College System District, they contract with Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. They have full armed 24/7 deputy sheriff presence on campus, and I already know the criminals will not go there because they see the real gun. They're gonna leave those campuses alone. Second of all, I have a critical thinking questions because I just completed my critical thinking course. Our superintendent is the #1 supporter for DEI and Black Lives Matter. And then at the same time, he fight so hard for this position. I actually recommend you to watch the board trustee videos. Like 1 year before you sworn into office, there were numerous community organizations, supporting groups that they voiced their support to President Jones, because it is time for PCC to have the first ever black superintendent, first ever black female superintendent. It is a so long delayed absence of reparation process for black female leadership. However, when you are saying you want to provide more opportunities for black leadership, for black leaders, but at the same time, I'm seeing you are the one who take their opportunity away. So that is something I get out of my critical thinking course this semester. I really wish in the event when you are saying you want to provide more opportunities for black students, black faculty members, and then you mean what you said. You mean every single word of what you said, not just I want to provide this opportunity for our black leader. At the same time, I'm gonna take it. So it's a little bit confusing to me. But anyway, thank you very much. You are doing great. You are the best of the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has elapsed. And thank you. Next speaker, Jin Bok.
Good afternoon. My name is Jin Baek, and I am a student here at PCC, as well as the student of as well as the president of the PCC B Club. And I urge the school administration to address the dire need for improvements for accommodating vegan and vegetarian students by providing more diverse, nutritious, and accessible plant-based meal options. I've had a number of students within my club voicing this problem. Solving this issue not only supports inclusivity, but also aligns with our environmental goals, as plant-based diets have a lower carbon footprint and reduce the strain on natural resources, benefiting the entire ecosystem as a whole. By committing to these initiatives and giving us the assurance, we can create a greener campus and set a powerful example of environmental change. Thank you.
Thank you, Jin Baek. Next public comment from Samantha Lau.
Sorry. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees and Administration. My name is Samantha Lau, and I'm here to speak to you about the Plant-Based Treaty. Before I do that, I want to congratulate Pasadena City College on being the first designated green zone in Pasadena by the American Green Zone Alliance. I also want to compliment the administration and the board of on their efforts in making PCC more green and sustainable for the students, faculty, and staff. The efforts to decarbonize the campus show Pasadena City College's commitment in fighting climate crisis for the future of Pasadena, for all of Pasadena. Endorsing the plant-based treaty will be complementary to the school's efforts in being leaders in sustainability. By endorsing the treaty, the members of the Board of Trustees will be acknowledging the role of the food system in contributing to the climate emergency that we face, not just as the city of Pasadena, but throughout the world. When we look at the leading contributors to carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide emissions, animal agriculture is at the top of the list. In order to fight global warming, deforestation, ecosystem collapse, ocean dead zone, ocean acidification, and many other devastating effects of animal agriculture, we must transition to a plant-based food system. Over 90 billion land animals are killed every year, and over 2 trillion ocean animals. Meanwhile, there are over 1 billion people on this planet that are food insecure and without access to reliable source of drinking water. Animal agriculture is unsustainable, and it will take a global initiative on par with the Paris Climate Accord to combat this destructive system. In closing, I want to again commend the Board of Trustees on your efforts in promoting sustainability in Pasadena. As an incoming student for the fall semester, I appreciate how much value the board places on sustainability and decarbonization efforts. Endorsing the plant-based treaty would be another step in showing the board's commitment to those values. That is why I urge you to put the resolution provided by the VP of Sustainability, Sydney Chow, on the agenda in the July meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Cesar Acevedo.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Cesar Acevedo. I'm a local campaigner for the Plant-Based Treaty, a global worldwide campaign, as Sam was saying. Climate stress is very high amongst college students on all the campuses that we attend recently. And it's the preservation of our one and only planet. We urge PCC to check out the Plant-Based Treaty and some of the initiatives. We congratulate you on the recent awards. And it's just with each and every campus, we can really make a footprint and what we're leaving the planet, our one and only home. I believe the views of PCC align perfectly with PBT, Plant-Based Treaty, conserving water and building toward a better, sustainable future for all, and really just echoing the voices of the students. So we appreciate all of your time. Thank you guys so much for everything.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tony Vong.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I originally didn't plan to talk today, but I want to voice my support for a resolution to endorse the plant-based treaty. And when it comes to the animal husbandry industry, contributing 30% of the methane production of the world, and it also has been proven that a plant-based diet is much cheaper than that of a meat-based diet. Therefore, I think it's best for PCC to contribute to encouraging a plant-based diet within the campus, not just to leave a lasting impact on the students, but it's also been acknowledged that PCC has an impact on a local community even beyond what we leave to our students in the future. By encouraging a plant-based diet through the cafeterias or through other means, such as events, PCC will be alleviating its position in a system that contributes systemically to the exacerbation of the climate crisis through methane production, and this could be alleviated by endorsing a plant-based treaty and encouraging a plant-based diet, by decreasing greenhouse gas emissions that are caused by PCC and possibly the local surrounding community. So I thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Sydney Chow.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Sydney Chow. I am the VP of Sustainability for Associate Students, and I would first like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak about something very important to me and my generation. I ran for the Office of Sustainability because I am extremely concerned about our future and the climate crisis we currently face. Lev, the outgoing VP of Sustainability, would also like to express his concern for this issue and his support for action. The animal agriculture industry plays a major role in exacerbating the climate crisis. It is one of the highest emitting industries. Animal agriculture is extremely resource intensive. It takes more than 1,800 gallons of water to make 1 pound of beef, which is equivalent to 7 years of drinking water for the average person. Mass deforestation is conducted to construct farms that will eventually strip the soil of all of its nutrients. Animals routinely face exploitation and cruelty and are treated with absolutely no respect for their sanctity of life in the pursuit of profit. Food waste occurs intrinsically from the operation of farms and from animals dying prematurely from the abusive and toxic environment of factory farming. The polluting runoff from such massive farms runs into the ocean, which creates ocean dead zones, which further harms animals, etc., etc., etc. Though people and animals might seem different in anatomy, the variety of species and whatnot, and the ecosystem of the earth is intricately connected in even the smallest of ways, and what harms animals will harm us. We must acknowledge the harm that we have done and are continuing to do to the ecosystem of the earth for the sake of tradition, convenience, and profit, and work towards eliminating these systems of abuse and exploitation. And by doing so, we will work towards a more sustainable world. With everything I said, I urge the Board of Trustees to agendize the resolution acknowledging the impact of animal agriculture and exacerbating climate change and resolving to endorse plant-based treaty in a move to try to separate from the deadly animal agriculture industry. I sincerely hope this can be considered, and it would be great to see the resolution on the agenda for July. Once again, thank you all for the opportunity and time to speak.
Thank you. Next public comment from Siri Fisher.
Hi there. This is my first time speaking at a board meeting. This is a very cool opportunity, and thank you all for your time. I'm an individual endorser of the plant-based treaty, and I've been told my whole life that climate change is it's like impending doom, essentially. It's like we're always talking about how the environment is just being destroyed constantly. And I've always felt so helpless for all my 20 years of living on here, because we're always just told we can't really do very much about it. And it's scary for someone and people around my age. And endorsing the plant-based treaty has given me hope that we can actually do something about the climate crisis. As you can see here, 70% of all of our water is going to animal agriculture, which, considering all the food waste and the environmental destruction that the animal agriculture system has caused, it's really cool to be able to actually do something about it by endorsing the plant-based treaty. So I seriously suggest anyone to just check it out. It's super cool to be able to, I feel like I actually have power to be able to do something about the climate crisis. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Joey Gaber.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees for Pasadena City College, as well as the administration. My name is Joey Gaber. I'm here to speak about the resolution that the VP of Sustainability, Sydney Chow, has sent to the board regarding the plant-based treaty. Over the past year, I've had the pleasure of speaking to the students of Pasadena City College about the plant-based treaty in particular, as well as other issues surrounding sustainability and climate change that they are concerned about. In particular, I know that decarbonizing the campus has been an ongoing effort spearheaded by the students working in close collaboration with the Board of Trustees as well as the administration of Pasadena City College. PCC is setting trends in sustainability and is joining a growing international movement of schools, student groups, and cities across the world, from India to United Kingdom to South America, all the way to our very own UCLA and LA City Council, and using the voice of students, professors, and administration to advocate for systemic change. To that end, the LA City Council has also endorsed the plant-based treaty, and UCLA has recently committed to vastly increasing their offerings of plant-based foods. There's a grassroots movement of people demanding that we fix our broken food system, and the UN has recognized that a plant-based food system, would drastically reduce agricultural fossil fuel emissions. Endorsing the plant-based treaty would be a huge step in raising awareness about the devastating impact of animal agriculture so we can create a better future for the students of Pasadena City College as well as future generations of Pasadena and the world. Therefore, I urge you to agendize and adopt the resolution sent to you by the VP of Sustainability, Sydney Chow, for the July meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes public comments on non-agenda items.
And as always, thank you folks for coming to public comment. We're going to move now to our next item, D9, the approval of minutes of the Board of Trustees regular business meeting number 5. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. And normally we would go to student trustee Wong first, but because you weren't here for the last meeting, we'll ask you to abstain if that's okay for this one. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Great. And then next, we'll go to item number D10. Do any board committees have any reporting out to do?
Mr. Chair.
I'll go to trustee Liu and then trustee Silver.
Oh, yes. So the facility subcommittee met last week to talk about the presentation that is in the packet and in the agenda today. So I won't spend too much time on it because we'll be discussing it. But the subcommittee did recommend that the board move forward with option A of the two options in addition to the core projects. But we'll discuss that as a full board soon.
Thank you. Trustee Silver.
Yep. The Budget and Audit Committee met and on June 6th, and we had two items that we discussed. One was a 5-year contract for Ellucian, and Ellucian provides Banner, right? Banner? Yes. Which, to those of us that don't work day-to-day in PCC, it's the software that runs all the business applications for the college. It allows students to enroll in classes, make tuition payments, accept financial aid, and other administrative functions. So it is a 5-year contract, and it is on our log on this at this meeting for us to vote on. The second item was a brief presentation of the college's tentative budget. Why is it tentative? Because the state of California's budget is tentative. So we are, along with the state, waiting for final figures from the state. The committee unanimously recommended the tentative budget be approved for review and approval by the board, and Vice President Jones will share a presentation on our tentative budget. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you. Thank you to our committees for your ongoing work on these important issues. We're now going to go to our combined consent calendar, items F1 to H24. I believe we have a public comment on one of these items, so we'll take that first.
We have public comments for the group of H, but we could do F through G as a combined.
Yeah, I mean, is there? Oh no, let's take the comment. We have one first, and then we'll just do the entire calendar.
Great. Okay. We have public comment on item H19 from Mr. Shaganaka.
Okay. 19, I believe President Jones did a good start right there. Is campus security services. I read that is approximately $300,000 security contract. Just some comments right there. When we are hiring those outside security, I believe, generally speaking, it's good. We are having additional personnel on campus. We are having a increased presence of security. However, based on my experience, I can speak on Los Angeles Metro. They have a security program. They call it Ambassador. Basically, those people just smoking a cigarette, sleeping on the bench, sometimes FaceTiming, TikToking, laughing out loud for several hours, and they're done for the day. So I want to make sure when we have those security, they are really doing those foot patrol. They are actually doing the work with some sort of accountability, with some sort of a supervision. For example, another security is like when you go to the Asian supermarket at the Temple City, the security sit right there, do not even stand up all day long next to the door. So I don't really believe that kind of security is real security, is doing anything about public safety. But when you're talking about security, anyone can go to the Arcadia Mall, Santa Anita Mall. I'm pretty sure every single one of you been there. So when you're talking about security, that's real security. The security guard walking around, running around, driving around, that's real security. So I just don't know what kind of security President Jones are talking about. So I definitely, when I don't have a vehicle, I rely on Metro all day long. So I have seen a variety of contractors for Metro security, and the majority of them are just a waste of taxpayers' money. So if we can ensure the quality of the security services, then I believe this is a good. It's as far from enough, but it's a good beginning. Like President Jones said, little something is better than nothing.
Thank you. We have one more public comment on an item in the consent calendar. We have a public comment on item I2.
Oh, no, that's personnel calendar, so we'll do that separately
Okay.
from the general consent calendar. So we're going to take up the combined consent calendar, students, instruction, business, items F1 to H24. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull H12 if that's possible.
Okay. So we'll hold H12 for now. And then with the exception of H12, can I get a motion to approve items F1 through H24?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go to the vote now. We'll start with Trustee Wong.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. And then now we're going to go to item H12. Why did you pull item 8? Sorry to put it that way. Can you? We'll go to item H12. For what purpose did you pull?
I'm just gonna abstain from that one.
Okay.
Because I'm on the item.
Understood. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve item H12?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Trustee Wong.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to go to personnel consent calendar number items I2 to I5, and we have a comment on this, so we'll take that comment now.
Yes, public comment on I2 from Mr. Shaganaka.
I too, I want to specifically talking about our Title IX investigator, Megan. My concern is, well, whenever there's a separation, there will be a new hiring. So it is combined together. I spoke with Megan, our Title IX investigator, twice. And then her title is Title IX investigator. And then that's exactly what we talk about. Can we talk about this case? Can we have some sort of investigate about this case? Because that's literally what you do. You are the Title IX investigator. However, Megan continuously pushed me to President Blizinski. And then President Blizinski 2 days ago, and then pushed me to President Evalis. So right now, I'm a little bit confused, lost about the bureaucracy of the school. Who is investigating the Title IX cases, the Title IX violation, or maybe any sort of a gender-based, gender identity-based, sexual orientation-based? Who is going to do those investigations? What I'm based on my experience, everybody just pushing me to a different department. And then when I request to speak, they either say not available or just speak with someone else. I really wish that we have a Title IX office, that our Title IX office are real. Just like my previous comment, when we hire security, we hire the real security guard. Now, when we need this new Title IX officer investigator, we need someone who really do the investigation, who complete the investigation, and then who find out who is right, who is wrong, what is the violation, what is the discipline. So, but I do for our current Title IX investigator, I do not see that is coming. She even offered me several supportive measures in my class at our meeting in the first of the semester. No response, no follow-up. She offered me anything. I did not get anything. I did not receive anything. I disagree with such practice of our Title IX investigation. And I really wish that if this is a separation, and then when we get a real Title IX investigator, we make it a real Title IX investigator.
Okay, we're going to go to our personnel consent calendar. On the personnel consent calendar, the student trustee does not vote. Can I get a motion to approve personnel calendar items I2 to I5.
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No opposition, no abstentions. Thank you. Now we're going to go to our action items. Our first item is J1, public hearing and adoption of fiscal year 2024-25 tentative budget. Before we review the budget, I believe we're going to open our public hearing. And so as regards to our public hearing, I'm going to gavel in the public hearing on this issue. And I believe we do have a comment on this issue.
Yes, we do have a public comment on this agenda item. Public comment from Mr. Shaganaka.
Several concern about the budget. I believe the trustee Silver talked about the reason why it is tentative because California state budget is tentative. And I just read a new report. Some sort of a reparation task force, they passed the 800 million reparation, some sort of a bill. And California currently is like 45 billion in debt or something. So I am concerned about the California budget, and then as a result, I'm concerned about the PCC budget as a result of that. And then second, I went through the tentative report very quick. I was searching for some keyword, for example, police, for example, security, for example, safety, and then I did not see any of those big words are ever mentioned in this budget. So I'm not really sure why they are not there, or maybe if I didn't open the PDF correctly, or maybe I didn't do something correctly with my browser. At the same time, sometimes I believe during earlier in this semester, I saw those are firefighters in our big gym, and then they provided some sort of emergency training, active shooter training to several of those administrators on campus. And I don't know if we have the budget. As a student myself, actually as a human myself, I don't know what to do if there's an active shooter. But what I know, Rosemead High School, Temple City High School, USC, they constantly having those semester-based or annually based active shooter drill event. And then they have the real Los Angeles County Sheriff Department like go to the campus and have a role play half day. I really want to learn how do I respond to a man with a knife, to a man with a machete, to a man with a taser, to a man with a gun. But again, I do not have that kind of training. We never care about that kind of training. But at the same time, most of you probably do not know how to act, how to respond in case of the active shooter. Not only active shooter, any sort of emergency event. Not only the administrator need that kind of training, but the students, all staff, everyone, visitors, member of the public, probably they need that kind of training too. I really wish, since this is tentative, I really wish we can have some sort of wording regarding the police budget, the safety budget, the security budget, because I believe that's the most important in any organization. Without safety, you cannot work, you cannot go to school, you cannot study. Without safety, you cannot do anything. So I believe it's very important. Hopefully in the final budget, we can read something, see something, and learn something about it.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, so there's no more public comments. If there are no further public comments, the hearing is now closed, and we're going to go to consideration of the tentative budget. VP Jones.
Good evening, trustees. All right, tonight's agenda is to give a quick overview of our May revision budget priorities, do a tentative budget summary and a projected fund balances. We'll get a more in-depth report in our September timeframe when we go back to our adopted budget. What we want to sort of help the trustees and the community understand is clearly the governor has done a really important job at trying to balance some of the deficits that are happening with the state, but really assuring for at least K through 14 that there's a lot of dedicated ideas around how to keep our budgets stable. One of those proposals is an ongoing investment, which is a budget adjustment at 1.07 that's placed on our base for this 24-25 fiscal year. And so we're very fortunate to have that included as a part of the statutory requirements. That COLA is consistent with K-12 COLA, and so we will see that some of our sister agencies also express around the base COLA adjustment. One-time investments is something that the state has, for the last couple years, has had the opportunity to do a lot of significant investments. We have seen really dedicated financial investment related to enrollment, recruitment activities. And so in this year's budget, it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of where their focus areas are. The largest one-time investment is a continuing commitment around our nursing one-time funding, which is really dedicated to increasing the number of nurses. But there's some smaller one-time funds provided for e-transcripts, making sure that all California community colleges are using e-transcripts. There's a common data or technology platform conversation happening around some pilot work related to that, credit for prior learning, as well as a small dedicated funding source for Pathways for Low-Income Workers demonstration projects. So while the larger one-time investments happened in previous years, we are still seeing where the state is trying to place some priority and trying to increase some action in these particular areas. The unfortunate piece is there was a lot of conversation at the state level, and as you all have gone to Sacramento and heard conversations around Cal Grant reform, that funding is currently not provided in this year's budget. The Department of Finance is kind of taking a step back and figuring out what the financial impact is for the state. And so while they have certainly been focused on keeping our budget stable, they were unable to form this year's Cal Grant reform proposals. One particular area that I think is often confusing for folks is just sort of the difference between what happens in January versus what happens then in May and then eventually happens in September. So in January, there was a conversation that the governor on January 10th, he releases his budget proposal for the state. And at that time, there was a lot of conversation related to what the actual deficits were. And there were different numbers floating around. And so there is always a plan then to figure out, well, how do we cover any revenue shortfalls? And so the initial proposals had the reserves being used for the shortfalls. And so initially, they had projected $236 million shortfall for 23-24, and then another $486 million for 24-25, which is the new fiscal year that's coming up on July 1st. At the May revise, what happened is there were some adjustments based on the tax receipts and the revenue that coming into the state, where that deficit grew to $532 million for 23-24, and then $381 million for 24 and 25. So the significance is, again, that while the state is working to adjust and accommodate the fact that they are not receiving the revenue, the goal of the governor is to continue to, at least for 24-25, to keep K through 14 stable, which then informs our tentative budget that's coming up. So we have a couple of summary slides that I'd like to point out. The reason why we come to you all for the tentative budget presentation at this time is to allow for us to put a budget in place for our various departments to be able to start their business operational practices starting on July 1st. And so, like the state is working through their tentative budget adoption, we're doing so as well. These are really best guess estimates based on what happened last year and what we're hearing at the state. So you'll see that our state apportionment number is around $188 million, followed by revenue from lottery, state mandated claims, our non-resident tuition dollars or projections, CalSTRS on behalf payment, and then other categorical student fees. So the total revenue that we anticipate for 24-25 is a little over $223 million for our general fund unrestricted budget. And then we also project out then what we expect the expenses to be. We always point out it's important that this body understand that the most of those activities are related to salary and benefits. There's a lot of energy and activity that happens at this college that is in people power in order to service a host of different services on campuses, instruction activity that's happening in the classroom. And so when we think about the general fund unrestricted budget, it's revenue coming in and expenses going out. One piece of sort of to think about it as each of our departments has an unrestricted general fund budget, so does our Board of Trustees. And so we think about these funds. What's different about the unrestricted general fund versus a restricted fund is these funds are flexible in nature to support the college's mission. So for example, our restricted revenue funds, let's say for veterans or DSPS, it is specific to support those particular populations. Whereas our unrestricted, this is specific to support the mission of the college. And so there's some flexibility with that. We do have a very careful care and concern around the gift of public funds. And so we work really diligently to make sure that things that are support a particular person or persons are moved to other funding sources, but this particular funding area has a little bit more flexibility than we have with our restricted budgets. This is a list of all of our different fund areas. So you'll see that very first line is our general fund budget. It gives you, again, beginning balance, income, expenditures, expected expenditures, transfers, and an ending balance. Please remember that we haven't closed our fiscal books yet, and so these are just projections as our fiscal team, who does an amazing job not only supporting the work and helping to prepare all of the data that we are showing you today, but they have a lot of work between now and August to close our books, and then actually so that we're prepared for the adopted budget. But you'll see all of the different Fund 3, which is our restricted general fund. The largest being that's new from last year to this year is Fund 42. Fund 42 is the Measure PCC, so that is our bond funds. And then the other one that's different from last year is Fund 76, which is the Irrevocable Trust, our OPEB. Remember, you all gave the approval and had the wherewithal to continuously fund our employment, post-employment benefit program. And so that number is significantly different than it was last year. Last year, I think it was about 19 million. We have fully funded that obligation, pension obligation.
I'll begin with a quick question. Do you mind going back to the one-time funding slide? I just want to confirm that these funding numbers are for statewide.
That is
and
correct.
Certainly not, okay, as much as we would wish we can get $60 million to support nursing, that is a statewide number.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
These are all, the first three slides are what we receive from the Chancellor's office in terms of what they're projecting out for the 116 community colleges.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Trustee Argon.
So I have a couple of questions about, first a couple of points. Thank you very much, Candace, for your presentation. And as I serve on the budget committee, I so appreciate the time taken to inform me and educate me. Even though I have experiences with budgets on this campus, it's a great reminder. So first to you and your staff, thank you. A couple of things that I want to point out to the entire community, especially those who work here on this campus, that in now close to my 30 years of experience on this campus, we've never had to suffer layoffs. The closest that we ever got was to create a seniority list of the classified staff, and that was scary enough. And the reason I'm pointing that out is I have a great reference to other campuses that are not in such great shape. So please remember, all of us that are here, we are in really good shape. We are a fiscally minded organization, and I want to remind you of that. There are some schools, there are some colleges that are not going to conferences, that are not conducting professional development, and are having to cut bare bones. So I want us all to appreciate the fact that we work on this campus and we have that opportunity. I just want to be loud and clear about that. It's a fantastic place to work with fantastic opportunities, and we as a community are doing a great job keeping us fiscally afloat and beyond. And so the last thing, those are my comments, is I'm very concerned in regards to the financial aid and the direct impact that it's going to have on students if that's not lobbied and cared for. Again, I was a financial aid, very proud recipient. That too. I'm a very proud recipient of financial aid, both as an undergrad, community college, and even into graduate school. I got a great scholarship in graduate school, and if it wasn't for that funding, I would not be where I am today. So I'm really concerned about that. So whatever we need to do to lobby, you call on me to do that. Also, I'm right there because, again, so I guess that's kind of a question. Where, in your knowledge, kind of where are we at? Is that something that can be, I mean, I'm looking at the number of the, especially the middle class scholarship, right? That reduction, the unclear about the agreement. Cal Grant reform funding is not provided. So do you have a pulse on kind of what could be happening, maybe some scenarios? And that would be it. Thank you.
So we would always advocate for your continued advocacy at the state level. And so while the Cal Grant reform language didn't make the funding cycle, there's still an incredible amount of advocacy and different ways of thinking through how to continue to fund students through Pell Grants, through other sort of BOG waivers and those sorts of actions. Those don't go away. This was a reform. And so while those are on pause, while the Department of Finance is working to figure out what the calculations and the impact, there's still an incredible amounts of aid that are coming to students through a variety of different sources. And so while we're disappointed in this, we have other opportunities to continue to support our students well. So your continued advocacy when you're going to Sacramento, I think it will be important. I know our student trustee will get an opportunity to also travel and do some advocacy as well.
I want to appreciate Trustee Aragon's concern on this item because Cal Grant reform, Pell Grant reform, expansion of the Pell Grant, doubling of the Pell Grant have been things we've said every single time. Well, Pell Grant for DC and then Cal Grant for Sacramento every time we've been in Sacramento and Washington. So I look forward to having you join us when we go to Sacramento and when we go to Washington to really drill that in, nicely drill that in the minds of our leaders up there and in Washington because it's something we certainly need for our students. Gibson.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I want to reiterate the timeline so that it's clear to all of us. So we'll hear from the state at a certain point and then have a September final budget to approve. Is that?
That's correct. So the state is obligated to pass a budget by the end of June 30th. They're probably going to do so before then. What we do then is as we're closing, because there's a two-part of our presentation in September. There's the fiscal sort of overview of what happened last fiscal year. It's what we actually get audited on, that you all will be able to see how we closed our books and where we ended at June 30th of this year. And then there's, once we get all of the information from the state, which we're waiting for, we will then fold that into the information that is then delivered to you at the September board meeting, which we are then obligated to do so by a particular date so that we can get it to the chancellor's office.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Excellent. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vice President Jones. Just a quick question for someone who's looking at this for the first time. So when they see, like, just picking something random, like temporary assistance for needy families being zero across the board, that's because it's getting funding from a federal source, right? Or
There are other funding areas.
exactly? Okay, got it. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Vice President
You're
Jones.
welcome.
Excellent. Thank you again, and we will go on a vote for this temporary budget so we can actually spend money come July. We'll go to a vote now. Oh, sorry. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. And now we're going to do a vote. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, we're going to go now to item J2, approval of a facility strategic plan updates and a project prioritization list. I know we have comments on this issue, and I know we certainly have an important presentation and a number of input that I know my colleagues would like to make. I would like to just frame this conversation for us really quickly before we go straight to public comments. I think, this is one of the most important pieces of work that we do as a board in stewarding taxpayer dollars with the passage of Measure PCC, but also more importantly for the long-term planning of facilities across our college. The decisions that this board makes when it comes to our facilities plan is going to be felt on this campus for decades to come. I think we all agree that our students, our faculty, and our staff deserve to have nothing short of top-tier facilities that create the best possible learning and working experience here at PCC. And as we saw during our commencement, the beautiful drone show welcoming us into the next century of Pasadena City College, we want to make sure that our facilities also matches that vision for the future of PCC. And so as a reminder to all of us here on the board, the facility strategic plan it was approved unanimously by the board in 2020 following a 4-year comprehensive process that involved our entire campus community. So we have a strategic plan that has guided the passage of Measure PCC and has guided the conversations that we've had to this date. What is up for consideration for us here tonight are several updates to the plan, and more importantly, because now we have bond money, a project prioritization list so we can actually move forward on the major projects that Measure PCC funds. And most critically for, I know, a lot of the colleagues here on this board, and also certainly members of the public, that this new update that we are going to consider does in fact incorporate the 2030 zero carbon resolution goals as laid out in resolution number 799, as well as other sustainability initiatives that I know many of us care about. So I want to affirm that that is within this plan, or this update, excuse me. The college has vetted these plans thoroughly, and facilities leaders have conducted extensive outreach and consultation across all corners of our campus, across all of our constituency groups, across faculty, across staff, across students, the very people that are going to be impacted and feel the impacts of these projects and improvements. So, I think it's important to recognize that under the leadership of VP Jones, Mr. Lorette, that the college has carefully and thoroughly considered the updates and the prioritization list that we are going to consider tonight. The college has shared data analysis, answered questions, and considered all of the opinions that have been sent their way and our way, quite frankly, over the last many months. So I want to first also thank everyone who has expressed your views, your input, your suggestions across the many forums, and including here, public comments here at our board meeting. And I want to thank in advance the comments that we are going to get in just a second. We do value your input and participation in the process. It is at the core of what we are doing here today, because the prioritization of these projects does not come out of thin air. It comes out of the demands and needs of our campus community and the constituencies that are inhabiting these facilities. So again, I want to thank VP Jones, Mr. Lorette, certainly the team at HGA, and anybody else and everybody else at the college who have had the responsibility and the work of implementing this plan and in compliance and with the responsibility to our taxpayers across our region. And I certainly want to thank my colleagues on this board for their engagement throughout this process. And we know that this is a process that is always going to be ongoing, right? We know that Measure PCC is not something that we're expending the funds for today, that we're not expending the funds for, everything in 1 week. It is an ongoing commitment to the plan and vision that we have for this community as we enter the next century. So, with that framing set, excuse my lengthiness, we'll take public comments on this item, and we'll begin with that. Trustee Liu?
Yes. First public comment from Dylan Ryle.
All right, I apologize if this speech is a bit of a downer. Good evening, my name is Dylan Ryle. I'm an art history major at PCC, and I have come once again to ask for the preservation of the L building and the W building. Here, I ask broader questions about my experience advocating for the preservation and renovation, considering this is the vote today. I stand here as I stood multiple times speaking on this subject. I understood from the very beginning that my inclination towards the preservation of one of the oldest buildings on campus, of PCC's first library, and of Harpison Hall is thus irrelevant to the greater will of destruction. This push is predetermined, solid, and rigid in this inclination. Yet I ask myself, why do I stand here once again? Simply, I believe that a unified will towards this decision that affects many is not right, given the nature and process of how the facilities plan is being pushed forward. This vote today is what I consider to be a false choice given to you and forcibly upon us, a choice that is in itself curated to fit the ideas that are sought to be realized. So I ask, do we put our trust in you to make the decisions that are in the best interest of the current students and facility members here, or is it the potential imagined population years from now? If it's both, where's the real discussion? Do you hear our voice when we speak? Do you consider the alternatives to the greater will that some believe to be just? You have to remember your power, your vote determines the experiences of not just the potential population of students and faculty years from now, but also who is currently enrolled, like the dance students who all feel like their programs and their overall education are merely an afterthought, that their voice as a student is irrelevant, which is not the philosophy that I believe PCC wishes to follow, yet it follows now. Do you believe it? Why do you consider it necessary to erase what exists rather than strengthen or renovate it? Do you not consider the costly environmental impact of tearing down perfectly good buildings? If you felt strongly that the decarbonization plan is a step in the right direction for PCC, this is another way to be environmentally friendly. It is not that I disagree with the fact that I believe there is a need for student facilities and of space. My issue revolves around the unified notion of listening and subsequently ignoring the viewpoints of others in renovations. As there is a greater will of destruction instead of renovation, which is the money PCC gains from Measure PCC. It is wholly unfortunate that the new will always attract the eyes of those who dare not consider the repeated history of older beings destroyed. This logic is parallel to those who have decided to destroy historical buildings of the past. There's no grand vote sent out to determine if the students or facility members wanted to renovate or destroy on a per building basis with the 2024 Facilities Master Plan, even though with the updated changes, the W building had the language of modernization versus renovation of that dialogue we seek. There's either the destruction of the L building or the W building, Plan A or B, nothing more. Where is the attention in this that it deserves? With all this power, the few determine what should be done, that the new should replace what can be renovated. Consider preservation and renovation. Consider the environmental impact of creating new buildings. Consider this on the 100th anniversary of PCC's founding in this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Ava Gonzalez.
Hello everyone, my name is Eva Gonzalez. I'm a student here at PCC and I will be serving as the next president of the Environmental Sustainability Club. I am here today alongside club members, if you will please stand up. I want to celebrate the accomplishments of the college over this last school year. We have passed Resolution 799 to reach a zero carbon campus by 2030. PCC has become the first AGSA certified green zone in the city of Pasadena, and the facilities master plan has agreed to include solar panels, native and drought tolerant landscaping, and the installation of additional EV charging stations. We as a community have made incredible strides towards sustainability, which I am personally so proud of as a student here. I sincerely thank you all for your efforts in collaborating on such matters that are important to us and that will actually bring change to our community and beyond. I want to especially thank VP Jones and Superintendent Gomez for your support and correspondence. You have both been very engaged with us students, and that is a quality of leaders which is so desperately needed and of which I'm so appreciative of. You have shown that bridging the gap between students and administration is possible. We are humans on this earth, and we all value sustainability. As a community, we have come to the shared consensus that language regarding decarbonization of the campus needs to be incorporated into the facilities master plan. I now ask that decarbonization of all buildings is moved into the project list of the facilities master plan. By incorporating the decarbonization of all buildings into the core projects, you will be taking another step to build upon the amazing work which you've already done. Thank you for responding to our concerns, and I truly look forward to working with you all to make actionable progress for our Earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Sam Burnt.
Hello, my name is Sam Burnt, and I must say how impressed I am to see so many students showing up day after day fighting for a livable future. That was an incredible speech. And today we are here to ask that you include building decarbonization on the facility master plan core project list. This includes replacing all fossil fuel infrastructure with comparable electric infrastructure. So according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we have until 2030, less than 6 years, to prevent climate breakdown. Back in January, this board heeded the call of this existential crisis, and through Resolution 799, set a policy goal to fully decarbonize the facilities on PCC's campuses by December 2030. Today, we see that the board went as far as to acknowledge this goal in the facilities master plan, and we thank you for this leadership. However, as we are all aware, goals are only as good as the projects that back them. Throughout the world, country after country are falling short of their commitments to future generations. We're seeing emissions and temperatures continue to rise, and an ever-increasing frequency and amplitude of natural disasters wiping away homes, taking lives, and destroying communities. What I feel today feels a little different. I see the acknowledgement of Resolution 799 in the upcoming presentation. I hear and applaud the verbal commitments to the resolution's goals. But what I'm not seeing is a project that will actually do the work. The Facilities Master Plan is the plan that will enable you to turn these words into action. However, it is only updated every 5 years. This means that if it is not included as a project in this iteration, that the next time you will have an opportunity to plan to achieve the goal will be in 2029, which is far too late. And so as hopeful members of this community, we urge you to take the necessary steps to fulfill this board's commitment and add decarbonizing the buildings and facilities of PCC onto the core project list. After all, goals are only as good as the projects that back them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment from Todd Jones.
I have read the plan update. The update is deficient in that there is no consideration of the environmental impact and carbon cost of new building construction versus reuse. This is a widely studied field of architecture where the benefits of adaptive reuse of buildings are measured in kilotons of carbon dioxide. PCC has already demolished 2 buildings, and now you want to raise 2 or 3 more, plus all the buildings at Rosemead. The carbon cost of demolishing and replacing L and W in this plan is 3.7 million kilograms of carbon dioxide. That is equal to 6 years of operation of all of the PCC solar panels that are touted in this very same plan. It looks like the budget of $565 million dollars of public money outweighs the planet's carbon budget for climate recovery. The update is also deficient in its process. Nothing had been made available to your facilities subcommittee, which met just a few days ago. There was just a live PowerPoint presentation seen on screen. The text was too small and hard to read. I don't have confidence in the board members who have thoroughly vetted and considered the material. Furthermore, all the issues raised by the attending public staff and student body were numbly ignored. The update's outreach is also questionable. The page on campus outreach claims that there was a community forum. There were 4 people there, and me. There was no publicity for it, even though VP Jones had promised it at last month's board meeting to make you thoroughly aware of it for your constituents. Where are the responses to all the questions raised from the outreach meetings? What is the point of asking the college campus to vote, and where are those results with unredacted comments? It's obvious you are just checking off the box that there was an outreach event. The update charges ahead to build bigger without thinking things through and without data. Where in the update does it compare in-person facility use versus online services use? In this enrollment environment, to build a whole 70,000 square foot office building just for student services is financially wasteful. The update dead ends at an economic drop-off when the money runs out. It's like planning your family vacation with the expectation of being able to borrow money just to get back home. Why not spend some time to work within your $565 million budget? Under this update, in the year 2030, there will still be a village of portable swing space smack in the middle of campus right next to the community swimming pool. All eyes are on PCC with how you have been conducting this bond expenditure process. I've been shocked at how non-transparent and unprofessional PCC has addressed the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
That concludes public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you. We will now go to VP Jones.
Thank you, trustees. All right, we've got a bunch of information to walk you all through this evening, so we will get started. We're going to cover, I'll give you a brief introduction. We'll talk a little bit about our process, updates since 2020. We have data related to renovation versus replacement on several buildings on campus, sustainability, which is a big plug that we clearly continuously want to center our students' voices and their advocacy. Transportation, some updates, proposed updates. There are 4 for you all to consider this evening, as well as then a proposed project list. So this is just a really quick rendition. I think it's really powerful in terms of seeing what this campus looked like in 1995 versus what it looks like today. You will see the pool's in another location. We had a stadium that's in a different sort of area of campus and facing north-south. We have lots of parking lots. And so this is all to say that this was just about 30 years ago. And if you think about that, we expect in this next 30 years for our campus to dramatically change and continue to evolve as our students' needs continue to evolve, as the campus community's needs evolve. And so the updates are really intended to align and prioritize Measure PCC funding, update our sustainability goals with all of the feedback we've heard from our students, educational strategic plan updates, there's work going on in that area, as well as considering post-pandemic conditions and campus changes throughout the years that align with our enrollment growth and our program growth. The objectives for you all this evening is to review and then approve the strategic plan updates, which is to incorporate the new Rosemead Satellite Campus, new construction for a permanent building for movement-based courses, removal of the Lot 4 extension and renovation of the Aquatic Center in its existing campus location. And then the secondary part of that is then to adopt a project prioritization list. We have gone through extensive campus outreach. There's been significant outreach to collect input, which includes all of these groups multiple times in many areas, whether it's coming to our Board of Trustees for several study sessions, the executive team, academic senate, associated students, a variety of campus forums, neighbors forums, our classified senate, college facility subcommittee, and really focused meetings with our academic deans, our athletics area, non-credit, and our economic workforce development colleagues, management association, and college council. And so again, these activities happen in iteration as we're receiving feedback and then going out to collect additional input. From that, though, we've considered what the guiding principles and what the listening session themes are. So the guiding principles is always to meet the college's goals related to learning pedagogies and pedagogy, how that shifts and change, again, versus instructional modality, facilities considerations, and our most important priority is fiscal responsibility. The listening sessions had a variety of different themes, and so as we were collecting that data, we sort of grouped them based on these different sessions. And so we heard very clearly that equity, accessibility, sustainability were top priorities, student success, safety on campus, community engagement, and their ability to be in outdoor spaces and build community in new ways, utilization of outdoor spaces, and really an intentional focus on underutilized interior spaces or areas on campus. And so it was a responsibility for the college to think about where that is, given that we're a landlocked campus, and where we may be able to get some additional focus on. Our updates since 2020, I'm going to invite up Ina, who is one of our HGA partners, and we're going to kind of tag team these slides. Thank you, Ina.
Hello, I'm Ina Murphy with HGA, and wanted to provide some updates since the 2020 master plan. We began looking at what's changed since 2020, and a lot of those included looking at the space growth projections, what types of spaces you needed on campus to meet your needs. We also looked at several data sets. Those included your enrollment growth projections, plans for new programs and for programmatic areas that have the most potential for growth, the utilization of your existing spaces, space projections for not only the Colorado campus, but the entire district. We also looked at your existing facilities inventory, and we started to identify opportunities for better utilization of existing spaces, how we can incorporate that qualitative feedback that was collected during all of the listening sections, also learning from the past, what projects in the past have worked and been most impactful, but then also balancing that with the reality of costs and the scale of the renovation and new constructions that's being considered. You may recognize this from a past presentation. This is looking at your FTE growth in the past, and you see the dip during COVID, but there's been steady enrollment growth since then, with a projection out to 10 years. And to continue with that enrollment growth trajectory that you're seeing, new programs are being considered, including those in health sciences, such as EEG, telemetry, audiology, and other programs. And then specific programs that show the most potential for growth in FTES, and those include those in natural sciences, social sciences, English and language studies. Looking then at utilization, we did examine specific space typologies. Those included your classroom facilities as well as your class lab. We looked at other spaces that are used for instruction, and then how all of those spaces are serving your FTES students. And what we found was that in general, classroom utilization is lower than the state target for utilization. We found that some of that may be due to historic scheduling practices, and also we noticed that section sizes and room capacities don't always match. For example, you may be having a small section size of 20 students that you're teaching in a room that could hold 50. We did find, though, that there is a need for additional class labs for those specialized spaces for particular programs, and that they're highly utilized. And then we took all the information on the FTES growth and the program growths, and we conducted space projections to see where your space needs to grow in, what type of space you need to grow. And you can see there's a large demand for an increase in class lab space on campus. You'll even see that classroom number goes up. That's reflective of the need to ensure that your classroom facilities are more active learning based and less tablet arm based. That just requires additional square footage. You can also see a large growth in the study areas. So there's lots of opportunities as you look at renovations on campus, or maybe even a renovation within the library to provide more of those student study spaces. And I'll pass it on.
Good evening. My name is Joe Sion. I'm a senior project manager and associate vice president with HGA. I'm going to talk a little bit about renovation versus replacement, because I think there's been some confusion and questions revolving around this topic, and hopefully I'll be able to clarify those issues and that confusion. Okay. There's two primary measures that we use for evaluation for renovation versus replacement. The first coming from the California Building Code under the jurisdiction of Division of State Architect. And the code indicates that when there's a renovation that exceeds 50%, the cost of the renovation exceeds 50% of the replacement value of the building, that it needs to be renovated and upgraded to current building code standards. And that is primarily revolves around seismic strengthening of the building. So whereas if you're under that threshold, they allow you to do what's called a voluntary seismic upgrade, but once you hit that threshold, it's then mandatory to upgrade according to the current building code. And Division of State Architect actually uses a lower figure. They use a 43% figure in this evaluation. And they use that in order to, with renovation projects, as you may know, there's a lot of changes that occur during the course of the project. So they want to essentially ensure that the final cost of the project falls below that 50% threshold level. Okay, so that's one of the elements that's in play here. The other is comes from the California Community College Chancellor's Office, and they have a similar requirement where the cost of the renovation exceeds 70% of the replacement cost. It then requires what they call a drop and replace, consideration for drop and replace. So they are more concerned with the financial aspects of putting a lot of money investment into a building that is at the end of its useful life, essentially. DSA, on the other hand, they don't really care how much you spend. You can spend as much as you want. They just want to make sure that the code requirements are mandated. Okay. There's other considerations that we also looked at. When we do this comparison of the buildings between a renovation or replacement, we're looking at the quality of the buildings themselves. So we try to create a model of like for like. So it's not a patch and repair kind of renovation. It's a full, complete renovation to bring it up to current standards, what's expected for new facilities. That includes, building systems, HVAC, electrical, telecommunications, as well as full accessibility compliance. So it's universally accessible and not using exceptions in the code that allow you in some renovation projects. So we do this comparison of like for like. Okay. Now to look at some metrics, and this slide I think changed a little bit from your packet, what you distributed. We put some additional information. The bottom two line items have been added for clarity. So we're looking primarily at three buildings on the campus: W building, L building, and the R building. And this is these are the metrics that were used when we originally, for the 2020 facility plan, made the recommendation to replace these buildings. And we also looked at the R building in this case, because the R building is, although it's not in the near term plan for under measure PCC at this current stage, it is going to be looked at in the future for what to do with that building as well. So we took a look at this. So for W building, the line items that you're seeing are the voluntary upgrade figures, the rough order of magnitude for replacement value, and then the percentage, that factor, the value of the renovation to replacement cost. And you can see how in the case of W building and also in this case R building, it's creeping up to that 70% threshold. L building is looked at as being over the threshold. So we're already into past the 50% or effectively the 43% mandates by the Division of State Architect for full seismic upgrade. We then looked at what would that seismic upgrade premium cost, and then came out with a total figure for evaluation. All 3 buildings are in excess of that 70% threshold. And again, Chancellor's Office uses that as a measure for their drop and replace recommendation. Okay. There are some advantages with new facilities. Obviously, there's extended life is probably the most notable one, that you're actually achieving a longer life of building. So you're kind of starting over rather than renovating and starting from an old building that is at the end of its useful life. Okay, so hopefully that helps clarify those points.
So sorry, before you move on, I had a quick question
Sure.
On this slide, and I think this slide is really helpful, so I appreciate the inclusion of this in the presentation. When we renovate a building, that does not extend the life of the building. Is that correct? The usable life, in terms of the, I forgot the phrase that using here, but.
Right. Well, it's hard to measure exactly what you call about extended life, but if, buildings are sometimes built a 50-year, you'll hear the term 50-year building, something to that extent. While a renovation could include complete replacement of all of the things that make the building function, right? You essentially would strip it down or demo it down to the structure itself. You're still dealing with an old building. You're still dealing with old construction that is buried. Trying to seismically strengthen it is a good approach, but it doesn't compare to a new construction that's ground up of today's codes and standards. I hope that helps explain it a little bit.
That absolutely does, because
Okay.
when we're investing the dollars that come from our community, we want to make sure the dollars last as long as they possibly can in terms of the existence of these buildings, and we don't want to have the lifespan to be cut short because we're working with an older building versus a building that needs to be not only built up to today's codes, but also match our sustainability goals, right? That have different demands when it comes to a new building, and that the ability for a new building to better align with our goals for zero carbon amongst other sustainability initiatives. So that answers the question. Thank you. Trustee Chen Lao?
Yeah, I have a follow-up along those lines. Would you know how many of these buildings would be, in particular the new ones, would be LEED certified buildings?
I would imagine, usually the requirements for LEED or some type of sustainable rating system it's kind of voluntary, right? It's not really required. What we have seen is with California standards, energy standards and codes, that buildings are already in the running to achieve some level of certification for sustainability. And the most common one is the LEED program.
Right. And so would you be able to give me a rough, kind of a rough number of, let's say we're looking at the, the core projects,
I think
what LEED building would be possible for Rosemead Satellite Campus, Health Science Building, the auditorium, and for option A, the LL building renovation, student services building. Would you be able to have some kind of a rough number?
I think there's a larger discussion about what are the goals overall as these projects evolve. What we've seen on some college campuses and districts, they mandate that each project shall be minimum LEED silver certified, something to that extent. I think there's some discussion because there is cost involved in improving on the sustainable measures of each building. Equipment being more efficient costs more overall. So I think we could look at that further and make a recommendation for where there could be a level or a target for the new buildings as well as the small renovation projects or the large renovation projects that are on the list as well?
Let me just follow up on this really quickly, Trustee Chen Lao. This project prioritization list sets the direction of the projects that we're taking. But as we saw with Serafian, each project will be considered by the board and the facilities committee. Each project will have a work group of folks from this campus to consider the direction. So this does not authorize the building to go up and how the building's going to go up. This just says that this building is going to be worked on. And then when we are going to be considering, let's say, the building next to the Serafian building, whatever that's going to be called, that's going to have an entire process that includes this board and the facility subcommittee more so than anybody else to consider what goes into that building and how it's going to be set up. Because right now, the Rosemead campus, for example, we may have some renders and stuff like that, but there's an entire process that we're going to have to go through that engages more deeply on each of the projects. So it's not like we're passing this today and then that's it. We're not touching any of these projects again. And in fact, actually, by passing this, we're going to be touching each of these projects a lot more over the next few years, many years.
No, I understand that, and thanks very much for that clarification. At the same time, because there are costs that's attached to these projects, and if greening the buildings with LEED are going to increase the cost, then are we going to be able to come back and say, okay, well, there's a cost for core projects, and option A is, let's say, $300 million, and now we want it to have sustainable buildings, and that's going to add another 25 million. Are we going to be able to come back and cost out that building? So that's my concern.
VP Jones.
I appreciate that concern. I think it's really important. The way that we're going about also coming up with the projected numbers is to build in also some escalation value to that to kind of help us create some buffer in the larger budget that would allow for not only each project to go through sort of determining how we want to do LEED certification or another certification and then apply that broadly through the campus projects. It's sort of, we've included some level of flexibility in the budgets.
And if I may, I would just quickly add too that the resolution we passed that works us towards a zero carbon campus applies to everything that we're going to be doing. It applies to whether or not we are building a new building to renovating some of the existing buildings. That all of that work is going to be under the consideration of reaching us to a zero carbon. Of course, that's only one part of our sustainability work, but that's going to be considered in every single one of these projects. And most likely will meet a LEED certification because it probably is more strenuous than some of these certifications actually are in some ways.
The Cal Green Standards itself will lead us directly into some of these certifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see Trustee Liu has a question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just really quickly, I know we were building in that into the budget estimation. It's 15%, right, that we discussed? So, yes, VP Jones?
That's correct. We built that in order to allow for some flexibility related to each of the different projects. And remember, as we are working with each of these and the projects get sort of planned out, we can then pull funding where, hey, we didn't think we needed that and apply it to other projects. And so we've been pretty conservative in the way that we're planning these pieces so that we can actually complete these projects.
And just wanting to touch on the point that obviously this is just a start and we're going to take each facilities project one by one. And I know all of us share the same goals of making them as energy efficient, as carbon neutral as possible. Just wanted to point out the bullet point about energy efficiencies. I know, just speaking broadly, this is sort of an investment in making sure these newer buildings are a lot more energy efficient than the current ones we have that were built, in the 50s and the 60s. Is there a sense, just speaking broadly, what are the ways that these buildings would be more energy efficient? Or what's the methodology behind that?
Sure. Do you want to speak a little bit there?
Sure. So the things that add to the efficiency of the building obviously is the equipment that is used in the building, but it also has to do, there's a lot to do with fenestration on the building, you know, heat gains that the building undertake. Mind you, all of these new buildings will be required to comply with current codes, which is in some cases requiring the incorporation of on-site energy to be created, namely photovoltaic panels, solar panels, to be included in these projects. So they are and that combined with the strict California energy codes that we're under that keep getting more strict as every code cycle evolves, these buildings will be much more efficient than the current ones. And I would say even the systems, not only the systems, but the controls for the systems have a lot to do with the efficiency of the buildings. So all of this will be of the, you know, if you want to call it state-of-the-art type of systems that will help control energy costs and energy consumption of the buildings. Does that answer your question?
And is it just, last follow-up question, and is it harder to do that for older buildings in general?
In some cases it is because of the way the buildings are designed. In some cases it's a lot of more effort and a lot of more expense in terms of shading, fenestration, could be building orientation that is you can't change really on an existing building. So those are the early aspects of design that lend to making a building energy efficient. The shape of the building, the actual configuration, the openings in the exterior, things like that really contribute.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have one more question, and certainly thank you for the explanation. When you mentioned that it's going to be state-of-the-art type of system, I know you want to manage or expectations, right?
Yes.
So when you talk about the state-of-the-art system, and you also mentioned cost, and then VP Jones talked about the 15% escalation, is that state-of-the-art system part of the 15% escalation?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the escalation really has to do with the cost of construction as it increases over time.
Right, so then how would the certification and all that be part of the escalation if
Right,
that's
so we
coming
have-
from a different bucket? I'm
Right,
just curious.
So when we created the budgets, which I think we're going to get to in a few slides here, we included also contingencies in the budget, which I think goes straight away to adding for those additionals, such as improvement of systems to improve the energy efficiency of the buildings and such. It's also will cover things that maybe that weren't anticipated originally. Mind you, these are all budgets, so there's going to be give and play within the budgets, but we believe that the budgets, working with our cost estimator on these, we believe that the budgets are ample to support the buildings and the projects that are planned. And then adding the contingencies, accounting for escalation over time, how construction costs change over time, no one can predict. We've also looked at full project costs, not just construction costs. So we've also added additional budget for soft costs of new FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, assuming that these buildings are going to be new and want to have new furniture and such. So that's all included in those budgets. But they are budgets essentially. As the projects evolve, they'll start being looked at more carefully and then honed in on the actual cost, what I would refer to as a cost estimate, to determine what the cost will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chanel. Please continue.
Okay, so now I'm going to shift a little bit and talk about sustainability. So I wanted to mention that, or remind the board and everyone that there were sustainability recommendations made in our 2020 plan that we feel are still valid. And it's basically the adoption of the STARS program. I'm not going to go into great detail on the STARS program, but it is a very comprehensive program that was created specifically for colleges and universities. It's kind of a self-assessment and rating system that the college would implement on its own, and self-reporting as well, which is important. And other, the PCC's peer institutions have adopted this. One that's close by, Mount SAC College, uses this system as well. So that hasn't changed. That still is in place as a recommendation. What we intend to do is update other aspects within the updated plan. And most notably is the carbon pledge or decarbonization pledge from the college and the district to incorporate into this plan Resolution 799. And I think we've heard about that this evening, and everyone is aware of it. Other measures are enhancing framework to track the sustainability metrics, and that mostly it comes by way of a commitment to hire a sustainability coordinator for the campus who will oversee that process. And then continuing the AGZA certification that is currently in place, and that really has to do with grounds maintenance, the elimination of fossil fuels for the equipment that they use in the facilities maintenance for the campus. Okay, and then many of you may know that there was a sustainability survey that was released a few weeks ago asking a variety of questions. This was also an effort to further understand and develop strategies for enhanced sustainability recommendations. And we wanted to share with you a few notable results from this survey. So overall, there were about a little over 1,100 responses received, mostly from students. Most of those came from the Colorado campus. They were responded from this campus. They indicated preferences for PCC to focus on energy and education. I thought the education was an interesting direction that of their opinion. The majority of respondents seem to drive alone to campus, and it's from the results that we saw, preliminary results, they drive alone 5 days a week, which in some cases gives us clues that perhaps there needs to be more focus on alternative transportation in that realm. The majority of respondents do not consider or not considering transitioning to electric vehicles overall. But again, that could be mostly students who say that, and we don't know. We're delving into the results a little further, doing a bit of analysis that we can probably report at a later date. They are looking for resources mostly to do with infrastructure to help them support sustainability goals on campus, just to hit one of those. And the way I would understand the infrastructure could be something as simple as water bottle filling stations or ample waste receptacles for composting and recycling. You know, that could be what they're referring to. And as I said, the intention is to provide a more thorough analysis of this and perhaps do another report out on the final results. Okay. Then along with the sustainability measures, as I mentioned, I think I previously mentioned, we're looking at solar panel locations. Now, the 2020 plan did recommend that the college look at opportunities for solar, particularly on parking lots. So we took a closer look at what lots would be suitable to accommodate the PV arrays. And we have determined that lots 1, 3, and 5 would be the most beneficial. They would generate enough power where there's excess that could be used for other purposes on the campus. We even tabulated some, if you have a copy of it, we tabulated annual savings that could be expected and over $400,000 a year in electrical bills being saved. And the amount of carbon offset, we tabulated at 568,000 kilograms, which is equal to about 1,250,000 pounds of carbon that would be reduced overall with these solar panel arrays.
Yeah, so just to make sure I heard this correctly, you're saying that if we have put panels the way that is potentially suggested in lots 1, 3, and 5, that would offset the energy demands of the entire Colorado campus?
Well, it would essentially pay for the power. The way we analyzed it, it would be self-supporting. So the parking lots themselves, namely lighting or other features, would be covered, and then there would be excess as well.
So it covers the needs of the parking lots, and then there might be excess.
Right. So if you see the column on the right, there is the third line down, the consumption offset by PV. So lot 1 would be 142%, lot 3 would be 158%. So, and then lot 5 would be slightly shy of covering itself, being that it's a larger building, essentially, the parking structure.
Thank you.
So there is excess energy that would be produced that could be used in other ways. There could be battery storage. It could be used to charge electric vehicles. It could be used to charge the college fleet of vehicles, electric vehicles, since that's now being adopted. So there is excess to be used.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to touch a little bit on the open space improvements. Again, the 2020 plan identified open space improvements on the campus, but this update is a little more diving in a little bit more and perhaps defining those a little bit better. I think the view, everyone can appreciate the open spaces on campus is really part of the campus experience. And we did hear from our outreach through the different constituent groups that they felt that open space was an important aspect and should be used and improved overall. So this is in a way to help further that. The landscaping at the four corners is still a recommendation from the 2020 plan. We did hear also the need or the desire for outdoor classrooms. In particular, I think it was from the science faculty, the science department that was making that request, and outdoor laboratories because of the way they use the outdoor spaces. So there are opportunities for that. And then to use these outdoor areas as potential stormwater filtration zones, which are a state requirement. So all the new buildings are going to undergo these regulations that probably have come about since the older buildings have been built to treat stormwater before it's discharged off of the campus. So that's using the filtration basins and such could assist in doing that in a certain way. Let's see, and then it's also including the approved sustainable plant palette that was recently developed as a standard for the campus, which includes native drought-tolerant plant materials. So a little bit different from the green lawns that perhaps are notable from PCC. While those are looked at still staying in place, new landscape areas would be of a different variety and a different aesthetic, would be the anticipation.
On this slide, I just want to first thank you guys for including this, but I also want to echo some gratitude to our students who came to us and really advocated for sustainable and native plants. I think their engagement has, their engagement was, it played no small part in getting us here today. So that inclusion of their advocacy, I think, has been so important. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I think Trustee Silver also
Yes.
is passionate about that as well.
Trustee Liu and then Trustee Aragon.
Just one more question about sustainability, because I know we're moving on. First, I also love this. Thank you, students. And I don't know, looking at this, I really identify as an artichoke agave for some reason. But again, just echoing the students and for their great advocacy for a lot of this. Especially, I think it led to, first, the open-mindedness of the people on this board and also VP Jones and all the great people at facilities, but the creation of a sustainability coordinator. I know we talk about holding this campus accountable to its sustainability goals, and I'm envisioning that the sustainability coordinator will keep, this college going forward and make sure we follow along with our commitments. So, and that's the sense of that position being created, right?
Yes, I believe so. I think that is the intent. It's hard for students, faculty, with their busy schedules to fit one more thing in. It's nice to see that the college has made the commitment to hire a position that is solely focused on sustainability for the campus.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Trustee Aragon?
So I concur with all of what my colleagues said here, but I just want to make sure on that slide in regards to open space improvements that, again, it's heard that those spaces are, when we go along with this, as we continue this process, that those spaces become real spaces for students to study, to gather, to have professors teach in those spaces that are covered from the barreling sun that beats down upon this area. And I know that's going to be happening, but I just wanted to voice that there's so many open spaces on this campus that can be so utilized for students, success. And yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the Coast Live Oak would look nice to provide some shade in those areas.
Yes, shade.
Okay, please.
Okay. I think now my colleague Stacy is going to talk about transportation.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Klock with HGA and give you a bit of update on the transportation. So based on these updates, we took a look at the parking demand. And so just want to clarify the way we've calculated the need. It's based on full-time equivalent of students, faculty, and staff that's physically located at the Colorado campus multiplied by an industry standard parking rate, and that's how we were able to generate this parking need. So if you look at the chart, the first row is showing the parking need based on the calculations I just explained, and then the second row is the need plus 15% buffer, and to account for any sudden surge in the parking demand, such as special events, but this number is a bit conservative because the buffer is sort of accounting for the rare occasion that the surge happens at the same time that everyone is parking on campus. And if you look at the third row, that's showing the total parking number that's currently, that's at the Colorado campus currently, as well as in our 10-year full build-up plan. So the current parking numbers is showing the loss of 10 and 11. And then in the full build-up plan, that total reflects a reduction in parking due to the construction of the Health and Sciences building, as well as the various site improvements that Joe mentioned earlier. And the difference between what is provided and the need is identified below the line where it says delta. So based on these current numbers, the parking is currently showing a surplus of stalls in the current condition. And the good news is that in the 10-year plan, the deficit is only 10 stalls. So it's showing that we don't really need to build any new parking. And in addition, the college can consider working with different constituent groups on the campus to advocate for alternate modes of transportation, which is another way to reduce parking demand and to better align with the campus decarbonization goals. And also, if it's needed, we've identified some future sites that could be potential areas for temporary surface parking.
I have a question.
Sure, Trustee Chen now.
Sure. So when you when you and your firm took these 10-year projections into consideration, is that also part of the enrollment numbers as well? Because now we also have online classes, and so in-person attendance will vary, right? So how did you come up with these numbers?
So in our projections, we've considered, kind of like what I mentioned, we were only looking at people physically going to the campus. So that obviously, like for online students, that's not part of the calculations. It's really only the students that's going physically on campus.
So my question is that as we think about enrollment in the next, 5-10 years, and there's a look at online courses, right? And we may not be expecting the same number of students coming onto campus. And so I'm just, again, wanting to know, well, I guess you have answered that no, enrollment numbers were not part of these projections.
Well, how should I? Maybe you should take it.
So the projections are based on full-time equivalents, and that includes faculty, staff, students is what we used to generate the numbers. So historically, what we've looked at is how it's trending, right? Where we came. You remember that sort of line graph that we were looking at that Ina presented. We're looking at that and how the campus is anticipated to grow, and of course it's kind of fortune telling, right? We're kind of assuming that things are going to stay in the same course, and therefore there still is going to be a surplus of parking on the campus. Something could change, so we're really recommending that this be revisited again periodically to make sure that the projections are in line with people that are coming to the campus and needing a place to park. Does that better answer your question?
It provides some clarity.
Okay.
The reason I asked is because you did a lot of mapping in terms of where the classroom's needs are, where enrollment growth is going to be.
Right.
And so, part of that discussion was around online courses. If there are going to be an expansion or into online and distance learning, then would we need those classrooms, right? So I'm applying that same type of assessment to, well, if we are expanding towards distance learning or even satellite campuses, then where are we with the parking projection?
Well, you'll have more surplus of parking, right?
Okay.
If more people are not coming to campus, parking lots are going to be empty. So if to monitor it as time evolves, you would be able to determine if lots are not being used and perhaps could be future building sites or be used for other purposes. That is, we can't accurately predict what's going to happen. We can look at the data, we can plan according to the data and the projections, but something may change down the road.
And so when you think about reassessing this, what's the industry standard in terms of how many years into the projection are you going to make a reassessment?
I would guess that maybe in the 3 to 4 year range would be a good time to perhaps reassess.
Okay.
When we originally did the recommendations in the 2020 plan, we actually had on-site counts done.
Okay.
So it was a very accurate way of measuring. Those were then adopted for this update with the enrollment projections that we talked about. So that was kind of layered into there. So, you know, the accurate way to do it is to do counts again. I mean, it's not a extensive effort, essentially, but it could be done again just to monitor how things are going. But I think the college would know if parking lots are left empty. You know, my personal observations is when I come here for meetings and such, I see lot 3 empty, you know, all the time. So I think that's part of that surplus. I've heard that parking structure 4 has a lot of availability as well. I think the goal is really to get people back on campus as the college grows. So we're hoping that the growth and people still come, and the deficit or the surplus, I should say, is reduces over time.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think people sometimes when they complain about no parking in certain areas, it's because there might not be parking in one particular lot, but that does not mean there's not extensive parking across campus at this moment. And I want to mention that the loss of 10 and 11 are because those properties were not owned by the college, and that lease is coming to a close this year, I think. So, thank you. Please continue.
So in regards to electric vehicle charging, so there's really no code minimum requirement as to how many EV charging is required. But as a baseline, we just took the Cal Green code table and using that as a guideline to guide us through how many we might potentially want to build. So on this chart, we've shown the different lots, and then the number of parking stalls per the lots, and this is from the full build-out plan. And then based on the Cal Green code requirement as a guideline, this shows the amount of EV-capable stalls that's required, and that's inclusive of stalls that are just EV-ready, meaning that it just has the infrastructure but not the actual charger, and then stalls with the actual charger. And then based on that, we looked at the chart as well for what's the breakdown for stalls with the charger, and those are the numbers shown on the 4th column. And then we understand that, you know, there are 12 existing chargers on campus, and so based on that, we arrived at 225 EV charging, and again, this is just a guideline. And as we heard from Joe earlier about the sustainability results, survey results, that a majority of the responders do not plan to own an EV electrical vehicle anytime soon. However, there's still a demand for it, as we've heard before. So it's really up to the college to, however they want to phase the approach of putting in EV charger. Maybe they want to do at least one per, or some per each lot, etc. But again, there's no code requirement. We're just using the Cal Green code as a guideline, and that's what the numbers are reflected in the table. And then lastly, we also took a look at the parking demand in the Foothill campus, and the way that the numbers are calculated is similar to the numbers that were calculated in the Colorado campus. And so currently there is 516 stalls, and based on the calculation of the need and what's provided, as you can see, there will be a surplus currently, as well as in the 10-year projections. We also took a look at the scenario of not including the lease lots, which is lots C and D. And if we were to remove lease lot C, then you would still have a surplus of parking. But if you were to get rid of lease lot D, then that there will be a deficit. And then also we've identified a future site, which is where the current bungalows are, as an area for temporary surface parking or a new parking structure if needed. And to reiterate what Joe said earlier, this can be relooked at periodically just to assess the need and making sure that it aligns with the types of online versus hybrid or physical learning that's going on with the campus needs. And with that, I'll pass on to Ina.
All right, we're almost done. Thank you for your patience. It's a lot of information to get through. We just wanted to have a few slides on the facility plan updates. You know, changes from the 2020 plan in terms of updates includes updating all the data, updating all the qualitative information, and creating that list of prioritized projects. But there are four primary changes from the 2020 master plan. That includes the brand new Rosemead campus. It includes not moving the pool to the southeast corner of campus. There was also a recommendation for an expansion of Lot 4, the parking garage, which Stacy just illustrated is no longer necessary based on the calculations. And then the addition of a multi-purpose and movement-based building, permanent building, to support activities such as yoga and dancing and other functions that the campus has needs for. And then the PCC Rosemead, the new campus, it will actually be a full center, which means that it will have the same student services that are available on the Colorado campus. And right now they're looking at the emphasis being on business and technology or business, art, and technology. This campus will also have solar panels and on-site parking. And then, as always, we want to continue to support the career communities across campus, which are focused on areas of study, but also providing the needed student services and student guidance to help them progress through their education quickly and meaningfully. And part of that is looking at perhaps reorganizing where people might be located, or you know, consolidating functions to better serve the students. And part of that is actually going through and doing a lot of scenario testing as we look at renovations or new construction and existing programs. Where are the puzzle pieces? Where are people moving from? So, for example, a new health and science building would move dental from the R building, so that would open up space in the R building for other groups to expand. It would move nursing from CEC, which might provide an opportunity to move folks out of those temporary bungalows into the permanent building, into new spaces. The academic building, it would offer the opportunity to grow those CTE programs that are in demand. So there's a lot of scenario testing going on as we look at opportunities to make sure that no group or nobody is left behind, and everyone has a great space and wonderful opportunities.
All right, so what we did was through these listening sessions, we tried to work through what we would call the core projects, and then add additional projects that would give sort of holistic project lists based on campus feedback, a lot of data that we've gone through today. And so the core project pieces are the Rosemead Satellite Campus, that's one of the adjustments, a new health and sciences building, Galloway Plaza, which is we see as an extension to the library in terms of space where students can pour out of the library and get hot and cold food on that east side of campus. Our solar panel projects, we know that the Mayor Pools in Sexton are already in place. We have some adaptive reuse projects on campus, so it's really important that as we see underutilized space on campus, that if we can reutilize and shift them into spaces that actually we can use. So there's some administrative functions there, as well as at Lancers Pass in terms of our culinary program. Our aquatic center renovation is a key project in terms of not only serving constituents in instructional activity on this campus, but also the Pasadena community as a whole. What we did then is think through this core list and then work through some projects based on these listening tours to then add to that core project list. So one project list is core plus option A, and the next project list, proposed project list, was core option B. Largely the two differences between A and B is the next construction of a large building on campus, either that being a student services building or an academic CTE building. And the way that we talk about this with the campus communities is to say all of these projects are important and they're going to happen in the facility strategic planning process. We just need to know what happens first, because we want to get started. We want to start the work of improving these facilities for our students. And so this option A gives the student services building a permanent building at the temporary location, or where we see that annex, which is just south of the Center for the Arts building and east of the GM building. That would be dedicated for our movement-based courses there, so that we have expressed a permanent location for those areas. Some small renovations in our library, a small remodel in our Center for the Arts building, some office remodels at our Foothill campus, as well as the gym renovation in terms of, again, using our facilities in really efficient ways. And then, or option B plus core projects would be the focus on a new academic building with CTE programming and other general instruction activity, the modernization of our e-building, or a larger renovation of our library. So that's how we kind of talked about it with a variety of campus constituents. This is just a map representation of that, and so I won't go through this in detail, but you just sort of see orange means new construction, blue is renovation on campus. Again, here's core plus option B. Orange representing new construction, and blue larger renovation options. As we work through our various constituent groups, we participated and actually gave a form. Now, the form doesn't necessarily say it's going to be X, but it's helpful for us to think through and identify, as we're listening to our campus constituents, where are their priorities, where are their sort of pain points. And so we wanted to show you those results and then talk about then what our recommendation is to our Board of Trustees. So our constituents went out, both this went to students as well as to faculty and staff, and so 62% had said that their preference would be to start with a student services building and some of the other renovation projects rather than a new academic building. And then the recommendation, oh, go ahead.
Just a quick question. You have here for option A, a proposed construction called swing space. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, so
what is that for?
That is for, so as we exit the L building, we need to provide swing space area on campus for those 80 or some professionals who work in the student services building to come into a swing space area and then go back into student services as construction is complete.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So our recommendations for the board, based on a lot of work on our facilities and construction area, input from our HGA in terms of our planning and how we think through the infrastructure that would support these projects. Our recommendation to the Board of Trustees would be to go with core plus option A, which would give the new Rosemead Satellite Campus, construction of a health and sciences building, swing space for the student services building, all of our solar panel projects that we talked about today, Mirror Pool, Sexton, Aquatic Center renovation, some smaller renovations in both the library, Center for the Arts, Foothill, and our gym, as well as these adaptive reuse projects for both the Boiler House and Lancer's Path, and then including the demolition projects for both the W and the L building. So you will see that we have grouped sort of these project budgets based on core. You'll see a subtotal there, and then how we've layered on option A into that core project list total. Yes, ma'am.
For the student services building, I see that it's proposed to be 70,000 square feet.
That is correct.
And swing space is in there, correct?
It is built within that project budget.
And is it multi-storied?
Of the new student services
Yeah.
building, it's intended to be 3 stories.
Okay. And all student services are in there?
Correct. So the goal of that was articulated in the original master plan was to consolidate a variety of student services that are in all sorts of buildings around campus into one central location.
So would all of the empowerment groups also be in there as well?
Correct. That's the intention. But as they get into the programming activities of that, so we would be pulling in empowerment programs, but other sort of areas. So remember our first year experience area for the campus is actually in the V building. So that would be a consolidation of that work to be in that student services building as well.
And does the 70,000 square feet accommodate growth in student services?
It does. There is some flexibility there.
So for example, if you wanted an APITA center, you have space for that.
We have a design we can design that into the project.
Okay. When would you design that into the project?
We have a proposed tentative timeline in a moment.
So the proposed tentative timeline is that for a PITA or is that for the building?
It's for the building.
Okay, so you were asking specifically if
Yes.
for the APITA center,
Right, but I assume it's flexible.
I think the design of that building would be flexible.
Not the design, the services that are going to be inside, because you've designed it so that there's opportunity for growth, such that if there is a new student service, they will not be denied accommodation because you have space for it.
Let me say it different. The programming for that building, which may include a lot of the empowerment programs areas, would be during that process.
I mean, I think more specifically, and certainly this may not be is that, we do serve a minority majority student body, right? I think there's a great UGMA program, there's a great La Puente program, and, and they all have the student centers to serve, of course, or minority students. I think what we're asking here, or me specifically, is, for the API students.
I think we would absolutely think through programming for both our Latine and our APITA population, because neither have centers today. And I think the student services building is a great opportunity for that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Trustee Liu? And I know part of that is, we're approving the framework, and then each facility's, specific project will have plans and get to talk all about that. But just for the board's edification, I know we had talked about it in the subcommittee meeting. I see figures for option A. Do you have the option B subtotal just for the other board members too?
We do. They're at the end of the slide, just in case we needed a back pocket. So we were happy to show that. Do you want to see that now, or could we wait? Can we get through?
Yeah,
Which do you prefer?
We can wait. The main takeaway is option A is a little bit cheaper, but we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have one point, Mr.
Please.
Just in regards to our Latino students and our Latine and our Puente project, just to be clear, Puente needs to grow, from my opinion, and we've talked about this before. It's a program that I think is a wonderful program, but I just want to be clear because that's a program that could expand and that could be in that space to expand, and it's not necessarily, in my opinion, it's full function. Like I said, it's a great program, but if we have that ability to expand that program in that space, that would be a perfect thing. As close to perfect as perfect gets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a lot of intentional opportunity for supporting both populations in the near future.
I'll just make a quick comment that I think it's, as our campus currently exists, it's a challenge for students to run across campus between accessing financial aid services to getting to FYE to getting to, the different demands that our students have when it comes to student services. It's spread across campus right now. There's no, and that's why, every time we are welcoming students in the beginning of the new semester, we have so many folks stationed all across campus guiding folks, because it is confusing where to go for a brand new student who hasn't experienced our campus before. And so being able to have a building that is dedicated to student services, where it's really, and I don't really like using this phrase, but I'm going to use it for the sake of expedience, like a one-stop shop for students to really access the services they need. But for all the programs that we do have in student student services, student support programs, empowerment programs, to have opportunities for all these programs also to continue to grow as well. You know, I also hear from our Pride Center a desire to also grow. So I think there's a lot of opportunity that's going to happen when I think we have that user work group come together for this new building to say, this is what we need for this program to continue for growth. And I think that's the great opportunity when we are going to building a student services building that allows for that kind of feedback from across our campus community, including for communities that we need to create additional supports for to grow. So that's what I'm really excited about for a student services building. So.
We did come up with a recommendation, a draft sequencing plan that we are going to work a little bit more intentionally on over the next month. It's small, I know, so I'm hopeful that the printed copies are more helpful. Joe's going to talk a little bit about quickly the logic in terms of how we've sequenced things, and then we'll get into some final recommendations.
I would refer to this more as not so much sequencing, but grouping of projects that are to perhaps be either bundled or work sequentially overall, but doesn't necessarily show when projects will evolve and be sequenced overall. That's what we're still working on. But the intention here is to group the projects so there's minimal disruption to the campus, so that's taken into account, as well as projects that are dependent on each other. So for example, obviously swing space has to come before you demolish the L building. The disruption to campus can be seen by the Galloway Plaza Cafe. The intention is to complete that project before the Health and Sciences building project would start, so you don't end up with large areas of disruption on the campus. So that's a little bit of the thinking of how these were grouped together, but again, we're still working on more or less sequencing of which one would come first and then follow through. I would say right now the way it's shown is that 2025 is going to be a very busy year for the college, and doing all of that programming and determining what goes in these projects overall. So there's some discussion that needs to happen there about whether that is reasonable or whether something needs to perhaps get pushed a little bit or be managed in terms of schedule overall. So those are the things that we're still working on.
Some additional recommendations is we're going to continue to consider working together with a variety of constituent groups to educate and advocate for alternate modes of transportation. We think that there's a lot of value and some work to be done in that area. Revisiting parking demands every 3 to 5 years to consistently make sure that we are shaping up and we are serving the campus needs based on parking. Evaluating opportunities to improve classroom utilization, whether it's rebalancing between lecture and lab spaces on this campus, so there may be some renovation opportunities there. Remaining committed to the college's policy goal of decarbonization, which may include on-site energy, EV charging, and actually partnering with city agencies for clean energy. And then the most, I think, sort of exciting, sort of to give some color and context to all of this information today, is really exploring expressions of diverse cultures, histories, and identities of the student body to build environments for a sense of belonging and empowerment. I think our final recommendation is one that centers our students' lived experiences and sense of belonging on this campus. I know we have spent an incredible amount of time this evening walking through facts and data to the proposed project list and plan. But I do want to take this moment to not only recognize the amazing work of colleagues on this campus, but also to really refocus the conversation on why all of this planning is important, which is our students. There is a gift there for you all in front of you. There is a book, Transforming Hispanic Serving Institutions for Equity and Justice. I would like to share this gift on behalf of my colleagues who form a collective action group on campus, Alianza. And Alianza is led by two brilliant women, Executive Director Quay Dang and Dr. Desiree Zuniga. Under their leadership, Alianza is working on ways to transform PCC's role as a Hispanic serving institution specifically around and focused on equity and justice. This work is grounded in this research, and UC Berkeley professor Dr. Jean Ann Garcia is the author of the work which is before you. As we think about the transformation of our services, we must also design with our physical spaces with students in mind, creating artistic spaces and expressions that can serve as essential contextual cues for supporting diverse students. Art, including murals and sculptures centered on a student's racial, cultural, and linguistic ways of knowing, can be very powerful. Creating a physical space is important. However, the feelings created within these spaces are essential, ranging from feelings of belongingness to feelings of empowerment that can be enhanced through art, murals, sculptures, and people and resources provided. I think what's really, really important about Dr. Garcia's work, it is grounded in philosophies of inclusion. This work that naturally informs our ability to create an HSI identity naturally supports and uplifts the recognition and honoring of our NPC status. This work can be intersectional. It is intentional to be intersectional. Our students share socioeconomic backgrounds, genders, religion, age, sexual orientation, where understanding and connection exist. This work includes focus on Latinx students, Black African American students, our Asian American students, Indigenous students, and our mixed race students, and reflecting diverse cultures and histories, promoting cross-cultural understanding informs and enhances student engagement. These are just a few photos that you've seen through some of these centers that we have on various college campus that help to inform the expressions on how we can move our planning process forward. We work collaboratively with the community to determine potential locations where artistic expression can welcome and create a sense of belonging for all of our students here on campus.
Trustee Kwong.
Thank you for your explanation, Vice President Jones. What specific plan do you have in place to work with all of these community stakeholders so that we can implement these expressions of diverse cultures and histories and identities for as an HSI institution and a PC? Are we working in collaboration with anyone? Where is this going to be implemented on campus? And is it visible so when a visitor comes on campus, they absolutely know that we are an inclusive environment?
Great question. So this work the Alianza work has been happening over the past year, just in terms of conversation. I think where we want to be more broadly sort of including other people's populations is to think about our president advisory committees. I mean, they form a good cross sort of section of community members as well as staff and faculty who participate in that. So our President's Advisory Committee, so PAPI, our PLAC, our President Advisory Committee for African American. So we want to engage the larger outside community. I think the work is then also going to be driven by our employment organizations. So ALE, CAPE, TABE, as well as PCC John. I feel like whenever you get into the list, you might have forgotten somebody. So if I did, please remind me, because that's not my intention to forget anyone. So the employment aspect. And then we have actually focused student groups who are going to help to inform this work as well. So there's work, there's a group called Equipo on campus. There's a Black advisory group. There's one that's just starting to form under, again, Executive Director Quay Dang's leadership in terms of supporting. Now we have an API resource person who's going to be really focused on helping us understand how we better serve all of our student population. So we're going to start with a variety of different groups to get out and get some information about how to transform these projects and how to think about what areas on campus need to transform.
Would you be open to conducting surveys with these groups?
100%. I think that's a great advice.
Okay.
Trustee Chanel?
Sure. You know, I was looking at this presentation, and I'm so glad that you're up there explaining the collaborations and just the intersectionality, right, of the students that we serve. And when I look at this presentation and some of the photos that are included, what struck to me was that there was not an inclusion of API students in this photo or API staff in this photo.
The first photo on that is actually from the API Center on Cal State, Cal Poly Pomona's campus.
Okay, but I was like the API on this campus, right? I wanted to see some representation of our API faculty or staff, you know,
Oh, I apologize. None of these photos are of our campus.
Okay.
These photos are taken from other college campuses, which may serve as great guidance for us.
Right.
So this photo here is from actually Northeastern University. This photo here is from the University of Virginia.
Oh, that looks nice.
The two photos here is an API Center at Cal Poly Pomona, and the bottom one is Long Beach City College.
Right.
So there's no
We are-
actual representation of any of our students.
We are
over
just
here.
starting this activity work. That's
Okay.
why we're wanting to ground it in the facility strategic plan, to say that this work is really important. And then as we think through starting these projects, we want to embed this ideal in all of those projects.
Well, I am so glad to see that and to hear that, because I want to make sure that all of our students, when they see presentations of visuals, that they see themselves in it. And I'm glad to hear very much so that this is the intention.
Yes.
And moving forward, that will be a commitment of the administration as well as the leadership.
I think of the entire institution, it's built on our mission.
But it starts with the top, and I want to just make sure that that's clear.
100%.
Thank you.
I think it's very appropriate for us to finish this presentation on this note and recentering our students and making sure that we're creating spaces that engage them. And I'll probably get in trouble for saying this out loud, but I think one great place for this to happen is a place like the Piazza. And you knew that was coming. I think there's places where we have that are meant and built for students that could be perfect.
Yes.
Not a blank canvas right now, but can be a blank canvas, should be a blank canvas for things like this work. I think that's incredible, and so I'm glad to see this included in the plan.
All right, so our final steps is we're going to finalize the sequencing plan based on the adopted project list this evening and present that back out to you all at our July board meeting, updating any cost models if there's any changes related to some of the sequencing pieces, publishing those updates, those 4 updates for the 2012 facilities plan update that you saw, and then of course starting our CEQA process, which is the California Environmental Quality Act. So we're gonna, as soon as that gets approved, then we will re-engage both CEQA and the EIR process. This is what is ahead of you this evening, which is the approval request to approve the 4 adjustments to the 2020 plan, to include the Rosemead Satellite Campus, new construction of a permanent building for movement-based courses, the removal of the Lot 4 extension since the transportation data doesn't support that at this point, and then the renovation of the Aquatic Center in its existing location rather than moving it to the southeast portion of campus on Bonnie and Del Mar. And then the secondary piece is to adopt the core plus option A project prioritization list.
Thank you, VP Jones. We'll go to any questions from my colleagues, also discussion on this item before we take up Ooh, everybody's hands is going to go up right now, I know.
Yes, they are.
Before we take up the action item here today, I'll begin with Trustee Silver and then I'll go to Trustee Aragon and then Trustee Gibson.
Hi, I saved my questions to put them all together. Thank you to all who worked on this beautiful presentation. It was clear and I learned a lot and I appreciate it. So here in rapid fire are my questions. First, on the page that has the utilization for classrooms and labs, it gives the target utilization. Do you happen to know what our current utilization is right now of classrooms and lab spaces?
We do. It's not off the top of my head. Would it be okay to email you those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We will
okay.
do that.
Okay. Let's see. On the sustainability commitments, again, what a wonderful movement our college has made to sustainability, which it isn't a frill. It's helping our species survive, and it's so critical. It's so important. And I know that it's hard to rethink the way things have been since you grew up. And I really acknowledge and appreciate the flexibility of our building and facilities people, you and HGA as well. So we've done so much and come so far. But as speaking of decarbonization, since it looks like we're choosing option A, which is a little cheaper than option B, a really interesting and easy way to decarbonize, to really boost our decarbonization, would be to swap out our current gas-powered HVAC systems for electric. The city of Pasadena just on Monday, our Pasadena City Council approved a $47 million wind energy program and another multi-million dollar battery storage facility for the city of Pasadena. So as we electrify our campus, we automatically decarbonize. So if we could use some of those dollars saved for transforming our HVAC. So that is that. And okay, this is just a little thing, and looking at all the buildings, is there any possibility we could rename our buildings with some kind of logical naming convention? I'm just putting that out there as something. Okay. Let's see. Then, okay, in talking about open space improvement, I really want to emphasize the need for shade. The glare in Galloway Plaza in front of Shatford Library is just massive, the heat and the glare. So anything we can do to break up concrete surfaces and add trees and shade would be really great for student usage and for the environment. I also want us not to be afraid of oak trees. I know they're slow growing. I know that nothing grows underneath an oak tree. Their leaves kind of poison plants underneath them. I know that. But oak trees provide such fabulous, deep, cool shade and are the home to so many native species that I think it's worth it to really consider oak trees.
Just not to interject the question because I think that's good, but live oaks are on the
Yes.
approved palette, correct? Okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes,
Please
yes.
continue, Trustee Silver.
Yes, okay. In considering transportation, at one of the meetings here in Creveling where we spoke about facilities, there was a student, we were talking, we think about public transit when we think about more sustainable transit. And he was talking about how long it took him. Our bus system is not great. It is a slow-moving way to get anywhere in this city, in Southern California. And after the meeting, I just asked him, well, about how far away do you live? And he said 5 miles, and it was to the south. And we need to consider bicycles as a valid form of transportation. I know it doesn't work for many people, but it will work for a percentage. A 5-mile bike ride doesn't take very long, and we happen to live in a fairly flat area, and I know there's traffic, but as we cycle more lanes will be built. It's a chicken and egg, it's which comes first, but also there are kind of back ways to come. So with education about cycling, I think we'll have a few people who will try it. And so along with that, as we consider transportation, I'd like to see bike locking facilities for our student, faculty, and staff that choose to bicycle. So consider that. And just a question in talking about EV chargers. I was just curious, how much does it cost to install and maintain an EV charger? Just wondering, do you happen to know that?
So currently our charging with ChargePoint actually is no cost to the district because they come in and they actually provide the charging infrastructure, and then users of that system pay for that. The college gets a small bit of commission for it, but it's an investment. So our intention is, as we're thinking through the phasing of EV charging on campus, that we would rebid that project and have some, competitive opportunity there to best serve the campus needs.
Oh, that's fabulous. Okay. Then those spaces that are EV ready, what are we waiting for?
To bid we're
bid
waiting for
that?
an approval of a
Okay.
proposed project list.
Okay. Okay.
And then we
Awesome.
will get started on a host of projects on campus.
Okay, awesome. And that is all. Thank you. I saw that you were taking notes, so I do have my notes here too. Again, thank you very
They
much.
take
And
copious
I'm
notes.
very optimistic about the future here at PCC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Silver. We're going to go next to Trustee Aragon and then Gibson, and I added myself to the list. And then Trustee Liu. Okay, Trustee Aragon.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you so much for this presentation, and I also got to spend some time with all of you individually to go through this. So I have a few things, and I'm going to try to be concise. The first thing, as far as EV charging stations go, the maintenance on them, I did use one at one point, and it charged me, but it said I had no time. So please, just check the maintenance on those EV charging machines. So I was charged, but fortunately I was able to call campus police. They said it's all cool. But yeah, so the maintenance on those, that just came up, Trustee Silver. So I want to first off thank Eva earlier, who spoke in her acknowledgement of us in regards to some of the work we're doing in sustainability. So I really appreciate that, Eva. I don't know if she's still here, but it's good to hear that feedback. So beyond exploring the implementation of the earlier slides in regards to the spaces and reflecting our diversity, I hope it goes beyond just exploring and it goes into implementation, because I think, having those spaces acknowledge our diversity on this campus is extremely important for the empowerment of students. But again, this goes back to the point as far as also renaming buildings, that the buildings that we rename, and I know there's a committee, I saw that there's a committee that exists, and I would like to be part of that committee because I think it's important when we're renaming our buildings again, that it reflects the entire diversity as much as possible to give those students that sense of empowerment. Yeah, so in regards to how we're getting input, I think it's a good idea to look at the advisory groups, and I have talked to the president about, if it hasn't started already, our LGBTQ plus advisory committee. I know Jan is also, I don't know if they have an advisory committee, but I want to make sure our Armenian population is reflected as in our advisory group, if that's not happening already. Yes, and also community member input. So whether we appoint individually from our districts to have community member input when it comes to making those decisions, or at least the input of that. Yeah, because again, I think it's beautiful, the slides that you have from other campuses, but that just speaks to the fact that, what lacks on this campus, and that's not a condemnation, but it's an encouragement. There is a mural that isn't, I think we've talked about it before, in the C building. That's a beautiful, I think it's a Chicano artist that did that, and it hangs out and it's hidden. And I've talked about this before, it needs to be brought out of the darkness there and into the light. So I hope that happens. And in regards to that we can look, if we're looking at murals and creating spaces, that we use some of our alum artists, right? And we include our current students that are artists, in the creation of those murals or whatever they come up with artistically. I think we're getting close here. I had a question to regards, I want to know the capacity. I want to frame this right. The Rosemead campus, at one point, what was the student capacity, or what was the population, and what would be that, so that we don't lose any of that ability to serve that area? So maybe something that we can talk about, or yes. And I'm a full supporter of option A, in particular because of the Al building. And I want to say that to the individuals that were here presenting earlier, my stance on I understand the preservation of buildings and the need or the want to do that. But again, I worked on this campus for many years, and these buildings are not healthy, are not functional for our students and the students that we serve. And I just think it's time for us to move forward and realize that progress has to happen. And I know not everyone is going to be happy with this, but my goal is to have spaces created that's going to be in the best interest of the students and the staff that have to work in those buildings, so that we serve our students at a high optimum rate of healthiness. That's what I'll say, and empowerment. So that's where I'm at, and I'm a big proponent of option A because it includes the Al building and everything else. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gibson?
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation and presenters. And I wanted to express my how I'm impressed with the scope of the opportunity for listening input and for input from the community, because I heard every opportunity when a group was offered the opportunity to hear some of the planning and put some input in. So I know it was extensive. I know it was reached a lot of segments of the campus. There are many different groups on the campus and in the community who are impacted by our strategic facilities plan and any changes to it. So it's was so important that so much outreach has been done over this past year. And so I'm really glad that that was able to happen, and understand the magnitude of how many different groups needed to be reached. And I'm very happy that we have wording about decarbonization in the strategic plan now. That's an important step forward. I'd like to see more wording about actual decarbonization of buildings, so I hope we'll see that in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues who have spoken so far. And I've said this a few times now, but thank you, HGA. Thank you, BP Jones and Mr. Lorette, who I think is sitting back there somewhere, and everybody who's worked so hard on this plan. I think one thing that I said at the very beginning that I think I want to reiterate really quickly is that, we have a plan in place. This is not a wholesale re-upping of what we had passed as a community, and it went through a more extensive process because it was a fresh plan in many ways, and that plan that we passed in 2020 is what enabled us and guided us to pass Measure PCC, which was very much at its core based on the facilities plan, and that one thing followed another for a reason. It was not at all just cause or just because we wanted to do it. There was that sequencing of events that was so important in creating the opportunity for our community to pass a bond at 71% passage rate that references the entirety of our facility strategic plan. And so today's update and prioritization list, I think, falls in line with that sequencing of events, because now we have access to the funding that we need to now take actions, and to just go with the last plan and not having considered the impacts of COVID-19 and the pandemic, not considered the changes we've had in our use projections and current use and also use projections, and the demands that we see, especially from our STEM and CTE programs and things like that, would have been a disservice to our community. And the opportunity that we had here today over the last more than half a year in considering these proposals, considering how we were going to approach the funding that we are getting from our community, that we're stewarding from our community, I think is just so important. And I think it's important to also note that that funding from Measure PCC is already in action. Right, it's already in action. We've already paid back the COP for COP for the Serafian building and the work that is going on in making sure that there is a building coming online next year, knock on wood, because we were able to pass Measure PCC. And so, to me, this is a part of that sequencing of events. So I appreciate the cost estimates as much they could be estimated at this time without having gone through each project development that's going to be necessary when we get to that point. But I also appreciate the timeline, and I appreciate the options provided. I do want to echo what Trustee Gibson said about decarbonization. I think one thing that's apparent to me, at least, and I think that is important to reiterate, is that our commitment to decarbonization is extended throughout all of the work that we're doing here. It is not something that is being considered on its own, and that we're going to hire a sustainability coordinator and they're the only person on campus that's going to be thinking about decarbonization and other sustainability initiatives, but that this is something that's in fact built into all these new projects, these renovations of our buildings. So I think that's something that I think is important to also mention. And so I look forward to hearing more about that work, but I think it's also important to mention that, as a board, the reason why we're considering what we're considering here today is that, the board sets the overall vision and direction, and certainly the policy for the college in consultation with all of our shared governance groups, hence the amount of engagement and work that I know you, VP Jones, and other folks in your team have done. But the board is setting the standard for what we want to see, which is decarbonization of our facilities, is to see more sustainable practices, to see the work on things like, everything listed here, but I want to reaffirm to my colleagues that it is, we are then kind of letting that to our incredible staff to do that work. It is not us that is able to do that work, understanding the limitations of a board, understanding accreditation standards, understanding statutory restraints of a education board. So I want to mention that as well. And I was very long-winded all over the place, but I also support option A for the reasons I mentioned earlier when it comes to the student services building, being able to bring our services together in a way that will not only create that opportunity for students to go to one building, but then also consequently, it would open up space across campus that's currently being used by different student services programs. That will expand the opportunity that we can have in making sure that our career communities are done in a cohesive way that actually does make sense, that we don't have one program or another just randomly across campus. And I also want to mention that I do appreciate also the permanent building that is going to be at the temporary annex footprint that reaffirms our commitment to movement-based programs, and that, as Dr. Gomez mentioned before, what we need to be doing is, advertising these programs more and having spaces where students can actually expand the growth in that work and not be constrained. So thank you again. And I'll go to Trustee Liu and then go to Trustee Wong.
Thank you so much again, VP Jones and everyone in PCC who made this possible. I know it's a very long,
work-intensive process. Just really quickly, I know now that we have the numbers pulled up in front of us, the subcommittee, the facility subcommittee went along with recommending option A, and my subcommittee members can feel free to jump in if I misstate anything, but part of the reasoning was option A is a tad cheaper, and I use tad very loosely because it is several millions of dollars cheaper. So obviously building in that 15%, but just trying to be fiscally conservative as well. Secondly, we had the thinking that this touches not only the main Colorado campus, but also the CEC, the Foothill campus as well, which is important as part of our greater college. And in addition to student services, you were also, was a permanent building focusing on academic spaces as well, correct, VP Jones? So that was our thinking, was recommending option A. Two really quick questions. I know Next Steps is published 2024 facilities plan update. This is the 200-page-ish PDF that's publicly available, right, VP Jones?
There will be an amendment to that. We'll
Correct.
create a new document that will supplement the original plan.
And that plan, I imagine, will mention explicitly the resolution 799 incorporating the carbon-free.
It'll incorporate.
Great. And then one more question about the Rosemead campus, which, by the way, the city of Rosemead is super excited for. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, obviously, everyone on the board's work and everyone here, but also my predecessor, Trustee John Martin, who was a big advocate for the Rosemead campus. For the plant palette and the sustainability efforts, that's also going to inform the Rosemead campus, right?
It'll be applied to both Foothill, Rosemead, and then also Colorado.
Great. I can't wait to see some artichoke agave in Rosemead. Thank you.
Trustee Wong?
Yes. So firstly, I'd like to reiterate great thanks to VP Candace Jones and HGA and everyone who has worked on this plan update. Your dedication and thought is not only impressive, but just greatly appreciated. So sustainability is an urgent issue by its own nature, but I want to emphasize that we are striving for decarbonization by 2030, and this promise to our students requires follow-up and commitment. And so I'm sure that everyone present tonight that cares about this issue, me included, was very relieved, frankly, to see the strategies that we have planned. And out of respect for our students and constituents who have appeared tonight and following, I'm sure, great deliberation, have made their statements, I just want to echo their sentiments of wanting to find any way possible that we can further decarbonization in our buildings.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Trustee Aragon.
Just one thing, and I want to say this in the correct context, because it is possible to love two campuses at one time. So anytime, I mentioned this before, GCC has some fantastic things going on with their new buildings and their new spaces. So I welcome any student, any staff member. I will help organize a tour. I won't do the tour. Maybe I'll get the president to do the tour, but I really want to extend that invitation, and hopefully someone will take me up on that, especially the students, so you can see what's happening on that campus in regards to their new buildings, their new spaces. It's amazing, and it doesn't take anything away from PCC, because it's like children. I can love both of those children equally, but those children have different things to offer. But I am definitely offering that opportunity to please come take me up on that, and we can organize a tour, and you can check out the campus, and you can see how wonderful things are possible on this campus. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Without further discussion on this item, I will ask for a motion on this approval request.
I'd like to move.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the motion that has been made is to approve the strategic plan updates as listed, the Rosemead Satellite Campus, the new construction of a permanent building for our movement-based courses, the removal of the Lot 4 extension, and the renovation of the Aquatic Center in its existing location, as well as the adoption of the Core plus Option A project prioritization list. The Motion was made by trustee Aragon, was seconded by trustee Silver, and we're going to now go to, any further discussion? We are going to go to a vote. I'll begin with our student trustee, trustee Wong.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you again, VP Jones and SGA, for all of your work. And not to bum my colleagues out, we are not done with our evening. I know that was a very important process and an important conversation for us to have, and so I appreciate everybody's patience on this item today. We're now going to move to item J3, the adoption of resolution number 812, commemorating Immigrant Heritage Month, which I believe we have a public comment on.
Yes, we do have one public comment from Mr. Shaganaka.
Just a quick shout out to the president before I start. Because we heard about the sustainability for like an hour, and I see that you take some food right there, you make sure your stomach is very sustainable. And then when I go back there, I arrive right here before you. When I go there, there's just plastic, nothing. So I really wish in the future we can make this meeting more sustainable, since we talk about sustainability for more than an hour. Now go back to the original topic, which is the immigration month. A great presentation from President Jones, and I heard trustees are asking very good questions. Some people are asking HSI, some people are asking AAPI, some people are talking about Black, Brown, Latino, Hispanic. It's not a surprise. There's no surprise that. Thank you very much. That's very sustainable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Right. Everybody asking about AAPI, Latino, Latina, Black, Hispanic, but again, the white are never mentioned, continue to be ignored, and I believe when we acknowledge immigrants, and I believe white immigrants is immigrants, and I believe white immigration is also important part of the United States history, is a very important part of world history, but I do not know what is the reason, but we continue to ignore that subject, because it seems like if I talking something good about white immigration, I'm a racist. If I'm talking about something white accomplishment, I'm a racist. But I do believe that in the event, if there's a white immigrant student arrive PCC, I really want to make sure he or she feel welcomed, and then feel they can have an equal space right here. I really wish in the future, if my kids arrive right here, I feel they can be included right here. Not only just going to school, listening to the professor, listening to the president, listening to the board of trustee, talking about Latino, Black, whatever, or maybe why we never mentioned about Jewish student. So I really wish that in the future, when we are talking about Immigration Month, I wish we're talking about inclusion. And when we're talking about inclusion, I mean, how can you talking about inclusion without talking about white? So I just have a question and comments about that.
Okay, we're now going to move to consideration of this resolution commemorating Immigrant Heritage Month for this June. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Great. We're going to move to a vote. Trustee.
Well, I just want to make one comment before we voted.
Please.
That I want to acknowledge that immigrants come from all stripes. I was hoping that I could read this resolution, but so that's what I want to say, that immigrants have built this country. Immigrants now are, so I just want to make that very clear, that this is all-encompassing every group that has made this country what it is today. And I want to be very clear, it's not focused on just one group. Quite frankly, we're all immigrants. Native American people were here. I don't need to give you that lesson, but I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Aragon, and I think you'll find that the language of the resolution reflects that, and also reflects the ongoing diversity of our immigrant communities as well. So I appreciate that. Absent any other discussion, we're going to go to a vote. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Others all in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move now to item number J4, which is adopt resolution number 813 in celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day. Is it Trustee Gibson?
Move to adopt.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? I would just like to note that I appreciate everyone accommodating our board meeting on a Tuesday, because it is important that we do not schedule a board meeting during a campus holiday. So I appreciate that for us going forward. We're going to move to a vote. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Mr. President, I just wanted to state that myself and a couple of us went to the events today, and I very much appreciate those that organized it. It educated me on some wonderful things, and I really appreciate that happening today. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. The next item is number J5, authorization for year-end appropriation transfers.
Move we approve?
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next is item number J6, the adoption of resolution number 814, authorization of temporary interfund cash borrowing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
And then everybody else, all in favor?
Aye.
That passes. Thank you. Next, item number J7, adoption of resolution number 815, declaring salaries indefinite for 2024 for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Move to adopt.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll say moved by Trustee Wong, seconded by Trustee Gibson. Wong, W-O-N-G, not Wang, W-A-N-G. Any discussion? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Next, we have item number J8, the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Pasadena Area Community College District and the Pasadena City College Federation of Teachers regarding, sorry, I should have catch my breath there, hybrid work benefit program. Do you have a motion to approve?
I'd like to move.
Thank you, Trustee Eric.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Liu. Any discussion on this item? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Finally, for action items, we have item number J9, the approval of additions, modifications, and deletions to the credit and non-credit curriculum. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
And then seconded by Trustee Silver.
Second.
So moved by Trustee Gibson, seconded by Trustee Silver. Any discussion? Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, and that concludes our action items. We're now going to move to our information items, which begins with our Superintendent President's report.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. So 100 years ago, in 1924, a student at Pasadena High School, which was located on this campus, raised his hand when the school principal asked who wanted to enroll in a new college created by the residents of this area, a Pasadena Junior College. That student's name was Lewis, and he was one of the first of 270 students in PCC's first class. He also went on to be PCC's first student body president many, many years before other student leaders. His last name was Krevling, and that is who this building was named after. 270 students in 2024. Now, 100 years later, we have 26,000 students. And on Friday, as you know, we were able to celebrate the kickoff of our centennial year with an incredible drone show and light display on our Colorado-facing buildings as a finale to commencement and the beginning of our next 100 years. We had, I believe, the largest number of students participating in commencement. 1,000 students participated in the event, and this year, more than 4,000 students graduated. It was a wonderful event, and I want to thank all of the trustees and the college community who took part in the commencement. It was a great opportunity to celebrate what we are all about here at PCC. I also want to take the opportunity to again welcome our new student trustee, Irene Wong, to the board. We're very excited to work with you during the next academic year. You have already been very engaged in the campus over the last year, and we look forward to working with you again this year. I also want to thank our leadership, Vice President Candace Jones, and Executive Director Richard Lorette, and all of the facilities team for all the hard work that you've put in over the last year into our facilities strategic plan update. We're very excited to move forward with these plans to create top flight facilities, buildings, and spaces for all of our students, faculty, and staff. That's what they expect, and that's what they deserve. As Trustee Aragon mentioned earlier, our facilities should be designed with our community's optimal wellness as the top priority. And when I mean wellness writ large. Yes. Also, I'm very, very proud of the work that our team accomplished this year with regard to enrollment. We are, and this number keeps changing, so we had this last year we had an increase of more than 15% above our total enrollment for last academic year, which is extraordinary. But what is also incredibly impressive is that this summer we are already tracking more than 30% above last year with the classes that are starting next week. So we hope to have even more momentum there. This progress is a testament to our student services and instruction teams and everyone across the college who contributes to the recruiting, enrolling, and retaining of our Lancers students. I also want to recognize the work that our trustees do in terms of outreach and recruitment. I have been so impressed and proud and seeing everyone out there in the community attending events. Your presence really encourages a great deal of enthusiasm in the community, and that I think is leading to greater enrollment as well. So I'm really excited about continuing this momentum into the next academic year. And finally, I want to thank everyone, our students, faculty, staff, our Board of Trustees for a wonderful academic year. We were able to accomplish many great things together, and I'm looking forward to accomplishing many more as we head into our centennial year. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gomez. We'll now move to L1, announcements by shared governance representatives and the Board of Trustees. We'll first see if there's a report from Associated Students more broadly.
Yes, I'd just like to share that as of last night, we celebrated our outgoing board and have sworn in our new board for this year.
Thank you, and we look forward to having AS President Alfredo Martinez representing the student body alongside, of course, our student trustee in the coming year. We're very excited about that. Classified Senate?
Well, happy Juneteenth Eve, everybody. And we are very happy to be here. We'd like to take this time to acknowledge the Juneteenth holiday that will occur tomorrow. It is a celebration of Black freedom and the history that recognizes that many were still enslaved 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. And for this to now be recognized as a holiday is a great testament. We would also, and before I move on, I just have to thank VP Jones because in your inclusion, you included mixed cultured students. And being a mixed culture student and never feeling like I belonged, you know, was very happy to hear that you're going to include them and allow them to feel like they belong. Because being of a mixed culture, you know, you're walking a line in between the two. So thank you for that. We would like to give a shout out and a congratulations to the graduating class of 2024. That's just such a big accomplishment for them. And to all the classified employees who volunteered for all the cultural graduation events as well as the graduation. Classified Senate would also like to recognize Sharia Lovett from Student Affairs, and also our classified treasurer who headed up all the commencement activities. We want to thank her so much for her dedication and for all her creativity. Thank you for all that you do to make our students feel appreciated, and special because during this time when everyone is celebrating, it's good to feel special because it's a big achievement, such a big achievement. We can all remember when we graduated and how that felt. Classified Senate has just wrapped up our elections, and we will be holding elections for our new executive board. Some of us will continue in our position, so you will still see me here next year. Welcome to our new student trustee. We just lovely to have you. We would like to welcome also the new classified employees who are onboarding. We have, and if I mispronounce anybody's name, please forgive me, Frank Cardenas, the interim executive director of the foundation, Kevin Fernandez, senior clerk, in the economic workforce, Brett Johnson, computer support specialist and ITS, Shirley Lee, financial aid data technician and student services, Grace Lee, Panlasigi, accounting technician in facilities and construction services, and Kevin Serrano, financial aid intake specialist, student services. We also want to take a moment now to just thank Matthew Kamara, Assistant Director of Technology Services, who used to sit next to me during these times that he has left us and has started a position elsewhere. We just appreciate all his services, and he will be sorely missed. Tyler Stigall from Human Resources. He was someone who you would encounter when you first would be onboarded, and he was there for me. He onboarded me when I started at PCC, so we wish him the best as well. So I'll now hand it over to my colleague with his book.
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Demo. We're going to move down to the Management Association.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. It's because she saw what I'm reading, so she's already, that's a lot. But I do want to begin by saying congratulations to everyone, to the entire campus community for making it through another academic year. Again, in this next year, our centennial promises to be a great one. Secondly, we normally begin by welcoming our newest managers, but I wanted to start by saying a sincere thank you to Matt Camara, former president of Management Association and PCC employee, who him and I both grew up in actually in the classified ranks here at PCC, and very mad at College of the Canyons right now. But with a commute that is now less than most, we can't be too mad at him for leaving. His calm decorum and steadfastness are his calling cards, and the MA and PCC will sorely miss him. To TJ and the ITS team, wish you good luck on filling his position soon. The MA would like to welcome a few administrators to the college. Gladys Mendez, our new interim coordinator for Upward Bound. Elizabeth Lizzie Davidson, interim director of the Women's Business Center. And as mentioned earlier, Frank Cardenas, interim executive director of the PCC Foundation. And also, congratulations to Lilian Rivero, continuing in her role as interim director for the development and operations of the PCC Foundation. Next, as the newly elected MA president, I'm pleased to inform you that our elections are complete, and the new MA board is comprised of Dr. Veronica Jaramillo as treasurer, Dr. Francisco Suarez as secretary, and Daryl Montgomery as coordinator. As I was previously in the role of VP, nominations are open to fill that position, and we hope to do so by next week. We look forward to a year filled with collegial conversations with all parties, especially our Board of Trustees, and especially right now being led by Trustee Wong, who has already shown great strides in that direction. I want to thank all the managers and staff who helped make commencement one of the most memorable of late, truly a great way to start our centennial celebrations. In closing, as we prepare to officially celebrate Juneteenth tomorrow, I want to thank our Division of Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice, namely Dr. Kerry Boland, and our Executive Director of Student Equity, Quay Dang, for hosting a variety of events today. One of the events was a presentation by Kenneth Morris, who was the great-great-great-grandson of Frederick Douglass and the great-great-grandson of Booker T. Washington. Personally, it was simply fascinating to be in his presence and a highlight of PCC's commitment to supporting our Black and African American community. It was a true acknowledgement of the importance of Juneteenth, especially here at PCC. And in closing, it was fitting that with the Facility Strategic Plan update, the prospect of these murals is extremely exciting, given the campus pride of our empowerment groups and programs. And we couldn't agree more with Trustee Chen Lau's desire to see ourselves in our imagery around the campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have Academic Senate report today? No. Okay, thank you. I know they're out of session now. We'll go to the board, and we'll begin with, for the first time, Student Trustee Wong, if you have a report. Or just anything you'd like to say. Sorry.
No definitive report. I just want to say that I'm very excited to be working with all of you, with everybody here in the coming academic year. And thank you for the very kind welcome.
Thank you, and we're very excited to have you. Thank you. Trustee Silver.
Did we not talk about our Bakersfield trip, or did I miss it? As I look at our, what?
Last time.
Did we have, on my calendar I show it was the day after our meeting. Is it?
I think so. Go for it.
Okay, we went to Bakersfield. No, if it, stop me. Anybody, if you've already heard this report, seriously, just say, we heard this. Okay,
I think I've heard it, though.
Okay, except you.
Hey, I tried.
I think most people here know, but the very day after our last board meeting, many of us met at 6:45 a.m. here at PCC, where many people who went to Bakersfield. Candace, Salvatrice, Laura, Jillian, Leslie, and we did, yes, and others from PCC, Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo, Council Member Hampton, City Manager Miguel Marquez, and other economic development people, PUSD Superintendent Dr. Blanco, a number of board members from PUSD and economic development people from PUSD. We all went together to see an outstanding example of career and technical education that is happening in Kern County. And they have a program that is countywide, because their school district is a high school, a county high school district of 29 high schools. But that's their organization. In any case, they have 2 physical locations that are state-of-the-art, beautiful, with 2,900 students countywide who participate in their career and technical education, which ranges from areas you would think of like construction trades and cosmetology to drone operating and business skills and website and app development. So a true range of skills and talents can be served in their career and technical education. And we came back electrified, and I think that Pasadena and our San Gabriel Valley area is going to see some wonderful, innovative career and technical education. And I hope that we'll all be on board the bus. Also, as I'm sure we all will, so I just quickly touch on how proud I am of the PCC campus and the love and care we have for our students, that this room was transformed into a celebratory space for every group with transformative curtains, lighting, with each group decorating as they chose, and the creativity of the centerpieces and the decor was really warm, wonderful, and welcoming. And I am just so appreciative of all those who created our many, many graduation celebrations. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Silver. Trustee Liu.
Thank you, Board Chair Wong. First off, congratulations to Trustee Wong. I guess I'm glad we elected you chair this year so you could be Chair Wong and then Trustee Wong. And also congratulations to President Emeritus Matt Camera. I'm glad he'll be closer to family, and wish him all the best, and welcome President Altamirano, who I knew back when I was a student because you were at the Pathway Center, and I benefited from the work of you and your colleagues. I will not go over all the graduation ceremonies that I attended because I don't think anyone wants to hear that. But I just wanted to highlight, again, echoing what everyone said, thank you to all the PCC staff, administrator, managers, everyone who made the graduation ceremony possible. As a former PCC alumnus, being there kind of made me reflect about what it was like when I was a student. And, you know, having gone on from PCC and having other graduation ceremonies for grad school and law school, I think the most meaningful graduation ceremony that I ever had was the one that I had at PCC. And I'm sure many of these students will have the same memory moving into the future. I also want to thank the people who organized the PETA graduation for letting me be a co-MC. I apologize severely for all the bad puns that I made. They were really bad. I thought people were going to drill their graduation caps at me.
That was close.
No cap. One last one. And then also thank, again, the facilities folks for all the wonderful work. I noticed that, yeah, it was the great underlying base was the red carpet, and each one changed it. Some would say that there was a core plus different options as they changed. And then also I want to mention, you know, the big priority is bringing PCC into the community. So I want to thank the folks here who joined me along doing that the last months. So for example, Dr. Gomez, Dr. Ramirez, and I attended the Monte Union High School board meeting, and those trustees shared that this was the first time I think they recall a superintendent from PCC coming to one of their meetings, and it was very meaningful for them to have us there. And as we continue working with Rosemead, and Rosemead High School is part of that school district, I know those relationships are something we really care about. In addition to that, you know, we went to the Temple City High School graduation. Dr. Ramirez and I went to the Rosemead High School graduation, and I don't know who was listening to me, but afterwards they had fireworks, and I was like, that's great, we should have it here too. And then we had drone fireworks, so even that was great to see. But I did want to close on a more serious note. One of the things I did last month was to attend a memorial service for a PCC alumnus, Calvin Chow, to present a certificate of recognition to his family on behalf of PCC. I want to thank the staff and Dr. Gomez for making that possible, and wanted to just make sure I got a chance to share a little bit about Calvin and his legacy. So Kelvin was a San Gabriel Valley native who graduated from San Marino High School in 2016. During his first year of university, he was diagnosed with acute leukemia. He needed to take a step back from his university at the time, but wanting to continue his education, he enrolled at PCC. And during his time at PCC, he thrived both in and outside the classroom while battling his health issues. In addition to graduating as summa cum laude in 2021, he was involved in organizations like Asian and Pacific Islanders with Disabilities of California as a program coordinator, where he worked to improve health outcomes for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. His experiences battling cancer inspired him to pursue nursing. He shared that when he felt at his lowest while battling cancer, it was the nurses around him who made him feel like he didn't have to fight the battle alone. From PCC, he was accepted to UCLA's prestigious nursing program as a transfer student. In his own words, he shared, "I'm a current UCLA undergraduate nursing student seeking to obtain my DNP or PhD in nursing. I envision combining my passion for advocacy, social justice, and health, along with my knowledge of evidence-based practice to transform existing systems of care through innovative change." Kelvin passed away last month, and as I got to witness at his memorial service, his passion and dedication in expanding access to quality health care for all people inspired others to carry on his light and his fight. Kelvin represented the best of PCC, and he credits a lot of his background to PCC as well. So in his honor, to the Board of Trustees, I'd like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Kelvin Chow's memory.
Ooh, thank you for that. Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, I also want to really appreciate all the students who were able to graduate or get certificates or achieve their goals this year. There were many, as have been stated, there were many graduation events, honor events, scholarship events, and the great commencement event that we concluded. And so I want to really appreciate the students, appreciate all the staff that were involved in making that happen, the faculty, the administration, and everybody involved in all the graduation events and commencement events. It was truly a remarkable experience and wonderful events this year. I also was amazed by the Kenneth Morris today for the Juneteenth event. Was so wonderful to hear him. One of the most amazing things that he talked about was Anna Douglas, Frederick Douglass's wife. And as he stated, there would have been no Frederick Douglass if it wasn't for his wife. She's the one that helped him get free. She's the one that enabled him to do the work. She ran a underground railroad. She was a huge activist for freedom of enslaved people. Kenneth Morris has been involved in producing a hardback version of Frederick Douglass's autobiography, and with a new foreword that he did, and pictures and other information there. So it was great that we were able to get copies of his book there. And so that was a wonderful event. And he's involved in producing a biography of Frederick Douglass's wife that will be coming out, and really delving into how powerful a woman she was. So that was wonderful to participate in that event. Thank you so much for making that happen. I want to honor a staff person here at PCC. Grace Apiafi has been last month was inducted into the California Community College Track and Field Hall of Fame. She's been an employee here at PCC for 33 years. She competed in the Olympics, and so it's wonderful that she's been acknowledged for the work that she's done and the wonderful sports accomplishments that she was able to accomplish with her life. So I'm glad to shout out for Grace this time. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Trustee Gibson. Trustee Chen Lao.
I echo my colleagues in their congratulations to the PCC staff and Dr. Gomez for a wonderful commencement. I am reminded each time, it's my 6th time on commencement, how much gratitude I have for the students and their families for choosing PCC, that we are their option and that we are here for them. So every time I look across the aisle and I see Trustee Liu, I'm reminded of the achievements, and there are many like him that may not have taken the similar path, but who have come through PCC. So there is a moment of gratitude during commencement that I feel. So congratulations to Dr. Gomez and the team. I also like to commend my colleagues on the board for passing the facility strategic plan. It's been a long time coming. And this board has dove into this plan with great curiosity, but also collaboration. I think there was great questions that were asked during the past few months, certainly from some of the previous board colleagues, including Trustee Martin and Trustee Osterling, for their input as we get to this point. And I like to thank Trustee Liu for chairing the Facilities Committee, because it's not easy, and we had some of our conversations at the Facilities Committee, and for taking this to the finish line. And certainly, of course, to VP Jones and her team, and to our architects, that you've really took some hard questions. It wasn't an easy process, but what's always worth doing is never easy. And I'd also like to commend the students, the faculty, the community members who have come out and be critical of what we've put out there or the ideas that we have, because we need to have differences in our thought. And as my colleague, Trustee Aragon says, there has to be a discourse of disagreements. So as painful as it may have been to get to this process, I am very proud of how far we've come, and I'm very excited to see where we're going to go with this facility plan. So congratulations to my colleagues and also to the team.
Thank you. Trustee Kwong.
Welcome, Trustee Wang, our new student trustee. What a pleasure to have you here. Look forward to working with you. Thank you and congratulations, everyone, for a wonderful commencement. There was a lot of devil in the details, and I could tell that there was a lot of work involved, and kudos to the entire staff for putting that together. Thank you very much, Candace Jones, for doing such a great presentation tonight. You answered a lot of questions. You answered them in quite detail. You also anticipated a lot of questions, and you secured good counseling and good advisors with your advisors and your consultants to help put together a plan that was very thoughtful, had projections, and answered all the questions that we had. You anticipated all the questions to allow us to make intelligent, thoughtful decisions as we move forward in the future. So a couple of weeks ago, I attended the ceremony as PCC received its certification from the American Green Zone Alliance, and that was a real pleasure to see that as we move forward in our environmental causes.
Thank you. Trustee Aragon.
Okay, so it's my turn. And I'm not going to be brief, but I'm going to try to get through it. I just want to say, as far as Grace Apiapi goes, I just had the pleasure to work with her, and besides all the accolades, she was such a wonderful spirit to work with, and I just really dig her. So go Grace. I want to say a couple of things, because I am going to mention quickly all of the affinity graduations, because it really hurt my heart that I couldn't be there at the larger graduation or at the general graduation. So I want to say a special thank you to Audrey, who helped me make a very tough decision. And I was there in spirit. I got to watch it on YouTube, and I will be there next year. But thank you, Audrey, so much for helping me work through that decision, because it was not an easy one. I did attend, so I was there in spirit, but I did attend the APITA, the OPS celebration, international students. I'm wearing my core t-shirt. I was able to attend that event. The Black grad, the Lavender grad, the Latinx grad. Whew. And they were fantastic. So congratulations for everyone on the work that they did. I want to say a special shout out to the APITA graduation, because it was beyond beautiful, and it touched me very much, because I got to sit close to Harry Karahara's widow and wife and son, who I got to work with very closely on this campus. I'm not going to get too emotional here, but Harry was a quiet warrior, and many times we had different approaches to our leadership on this campus, but he taught me the importance of remembering that our counseling faculty are faculty, and we just have a different modality of teaching, and we touch those lives in a different way. So thank you, Harry, for that. Again, I mentioned I watched the general graduation. I've been getting through it. And I wanted to say congratulations to all the students that graduated. and I know you're going to continue to do fantastic things. And I just want to say a special shout en español a las familias, a la comunidad, que siempre ayudar nuestros hijos, always support them, always accept them for who they are. Let them know that they're loved and cared about every day. Yeah. I attended the Pride flag raising at the city of Pasadena. Someone said, hey, we saw you in a picture. Like, wow. So thank you for the city of Pasadena for making all of us feel included. There were some fantastic speeches. I know it's on YouTube. Mayor Gordo and the rest of the staff at the San Gabriel Valley Pride Center, thank you for your wonderful work that day. I will now go to, I'll leave that one alone. I am going to be attending the NALEO and APITA conference this week in Las Vegas. I know it's like 120 degrees, and God knows how much I love the heat, but I will be inside the hotel as much as possible. I'll be attending with my colleague, Ryan, on our own dollar, just so that's very clear. And I'm looking forward to working with both organizations. That's the National Association of Latino Elected Officials and the APITA. You're going to have to forgive me because I don't have that acronym down, but it's going to be a great opportunity to work with, to learn from both of those organizations. The fun part, Glendale College Faculty Union hosted they hosted a softball barbecue, and it was great. I got to play first base, I got to pitch, and then I got hit in the mouth. Ouch. But this is a challenge to this, and I did send out Glendale College is challenging us to a softball tournament in the future, so if anybody wants to take that up, please do.
Sure, yeah.
And we can, it's open to all. And they also want to include possibly pickleball, so those of you who don't play softball. But they were waiting for me to make this announcement, so hopefully we'll hear from someone soon, Tito, and we can maybe make that happen. Okay. I haven't decided what team I'm going to play on. I just want to play on the winning team, so we'll go from there. God, I'm in trouble. I could pitch to both teams. Okay, I want to say something in regards to In Lakesh. Yes. Oh, okay, yes, let me go with that first and then adjourning. In Lakesh was used at the Latin A graduation, and I do use that in class. I will, at the next meeting, make sure that I have it ready so that we can all read it. But I do want to read what In Lakesh stands for, and it is from a Mayan-inspired poem by Luis Valdez, the famous director. And I do use it in my class. It's in a whole lesson plan. If you ever want to know about it, I'll have that lesson ready for you anytime. But In Lakesh goes like this, and it's in Spanish and it's in English. Take these off. And it goes, In Lakesh, which says, you are my other me. You are my other me. Tú eres mi otro yo. If I do harm to you, si te hago daño a ti, I do harm to myself. Si me hago daño a mí mismo. If I love and respect you, si te amo respeto, I love and respect myself. Me amo y respeto yo. And what I teach my students is that it may sound like a simple phrase. You know, they always say, you know, if I love myself, I love you, and vice versa. But it also means to me that we take care of ourselves, that we keep ourselves healthy. And as someone who has worked with that my whole life, that it's important that we self-care, because when we love and care for ourselves, that translates on how we love and care for others, because they have to worry less about us, right? So I just want you to hold on to that. I will have it ready for the next meeting so that we can share it out, because I think it's a very important thing to live by. It's not always easy, but it's something that we should strive for. And thank you for Latne for bringing that to our attention during that ceremony. And besides the individual that you're going to be having the adjournment for, I would like to just say that in this Stay Connected, I do get in the mail as a retiree, but there was a whole section on individuals that we had lost this year. So I hope we can get, if it's not in there, I hope we can get that insert that showed all the individuals that we lost, unfortunately, this year, who were part of our community. So I'd like to also adjourn the memory of Harry Karahara, who was that quiet warrior. He was a wonderful counselor. He taught me many things, and I know that he's still with us, so if I can also ask that we adjourn in that. So In Lakesh to everyone, and I look forward to I'm happy that this year is ending, this academic year, and I'm looking forward I'm happy in the sense of all the work that we got done, and I very much look forward to a wonderful 100-year celebration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I want to first begin by, I know this is already deep into June, but recognizing Pride Month, and I'm reflecting on our flag raising just a few weeks ago and the importance that that has here on our campus in our community. That raising the pride flag for us is not just a symbolic move, but a commitment to our LGBTQ plus students ongoing. And I think that especially when we see communities right here in LA County moving backwards in representing LGBTQ plus communities and residents, it is important for us to do that and reaffirm our commitment to our students. On that same coin, the same evening, I was honored to share some remarks at Lavender graduation. It was incredible to see our students who have accomplished so much. It was also fun a few weeks later to run into those very students at the various Pride events across LA County. It's always slightly awkward because I'm just like, oh, yes, we all are here together, but I'm here in my own personal capacity and not as a trustee. But it was just incredible to be a part of that ceremony. I want to first express my deep thanks to our outgoing Associated Students Executive Board and students who've served on the various committees for AS, because the work that AS has done this past year has been no small feat, and the work that they have done to push this board, push our community, push the college forward is tremendous. I think it's, you know, every year we have productive and engaged Associated Students bodies, but this year I felt that more than ever before. And I was really excited to see that, and I have no doubt the next year will be the same. You know, I was honored to join briefly the AS banquet last night, and one thing that our outgoing AS president Wayne Schroeder said that I really have been literally thinking about since he said it, because it's just so profound that, you know, when we strive for excellence, excellence is not about perfection, but a lot of times it's about just showing up and beginning with showing up. And so, I mean, Wayne is obviously very insightful and always provided great input, but that's something that's really sticking with me, particularly as we are going through things like the facility strategic plan. So thank you to AS, and of course I have to shout out Dr. Carrie Afuso and all the work that she is doing to support our students every day, and of course congratulations to her for her accomplishment. I also want to really commend the work of this community, this campus, all the staff and folks who worked on commencement. It was really exciting to have that evening be so, of course, empowering and uplifting, but to really mark the beginning of our centennial year with that really incredible show, which, you know, I think not many people knew was coming, and it really was a nice treat. And so I'm really grateful to all the folks who have put in the countless hours and long days to make commencement happen. And so deep gratitude for that. And I appreciate the work of this board tonight. I know it's a late meeting, but it is because the work that we are doing and the direction that we're setting for this campus is not just for the next year, but for the next many, many, many years. And so that careful analysis and careful detail and the deep questions that were asked is just so critical. So thank you so much. Okay, next we're going to go to our next item, proposed future board business meeting dates. Anything on that, colleagues? Okay. Next is proposed future agenda items.
I just have a question on this because I do want to propose a future agenda item.
Sure.
Do I start that with you, with Audrey? How, at what point?
Just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because I have one in the works. So
Sure.
We're happy for July when we start our new academic year. But thank you, sir.
Of course. We now move to adjournment. We are tonight going to be adjourning our meeting for two individuals that have been a large part of our PCC community. We're going to be adjourning in memory for one of our alum, Kelvin Chow. I'm deeply appreciative for Trustee Liu for bringing that forward to us. And certainly, as we had opportunity to honor during our PETA graduation, Professor Harry Kawahara. And so I appreciate Trustee Aragon for bringing that forward as well. So do I have a motion to adjourn in memory of these two individuals? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.